say it's one of the more evenly matched matchups. And especially with whoever Aitons are going to be kind of playing with, that's going to be a really key and really vital to if they can actually get a result here, because there is that kind of friendly competition as well. Because for a lot of people that don't know, that weren't actually watching and don't pay attention to the UK scene, because I don't know why you would pay attention to it unless you're in it. Perplexity, or Alaska at the time, and Aitons have had like this really closely contested rivalry over the last while. Aitons have gotten the better of Perplexity a couple of times, a handful of times, but not in the right moments. Perplexity have always seemed to beat them when it kind of comes down to a final. Even if Aitons managed to kind of take off a map, it just seems like they can't kind of get over that hump. So it'd be really cool if we kind of get down to one of the later stages and Aitons and Perplexity are kind of still going in there, because we get that matchup again, which would be it'll bring a lot of UK viewership. I know that for certain. Still waiting for a little bit of an update, guys, as I'm still in the dark about this. But okay, so can we call a break then? Yeah, perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're enough filming done for me. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to rest my voice, and we're going to hopefully be back as we can get going with the action. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute journey this morning, but we are finally here. We are finally ready, and we can only apologize about the delay. But look, what can you do? Sometimes these things happen. Getting into the action, though, straight away. Look at it. It's an A rush. 4 people just sprinting through A main on the side of Amcal, and they get absolutely destroyed. 4 players deleted almost instantly. Artist is all the way up on B planting. That was a very strange pistol from the CT side that Amcal just go running all guns blazing towards A, trying to actually flush out Perplexity, who were setting up for what looked like an A fake. And instead of, disrupting the game plan, Perplexity have just absolutely ran over them in that pistol. Res the only casualty there, and that was definitely one of the wilder pistols that I've seen called. Literally a minute and 40 seconds on the clock, and there was 4 people just sprinting all the way through. It was all 5 of them were there, but 4 people went down within a minute and 40 seconds, which is that's a wild pistol, and I'm gonna get punished. Now, out towards middle. Actually, the investment coming in here from the CT side. Vacancy, able to get the first. Dinix was an unchecked angle close to that smoke, but Artist, a good refrag at least, will keep Perplexity's head out in front for the moment. And Artist, good job that he didn't go down there, because he has the bomb over towards middle. He's going to make his way back. Trina is going to be taking point as Perplexity look to group up, and I believe now head over into this B bomb site, where Amcal actually have 2 players ready and waiting. They've left Tommy over towards the other side of the map. He's just on A right now. Solo waiting for a little bit of information. Kalash trying to find a nice little shot with the Deagle. They have information now. The 2 players are over towards the B bomb site. They know maximum 1 person towards A right now. They have a little bit of time before there is going to be a second player rotated on over. So Tommy sat towards the temple as Perplexity make their way out. Still not a cut and dry round right now. Rez needs to be ready, as he's going to be spotted out. Bomb is going to be stuck this time from Artist, hoping that he just gets spammed on down. Needs to get away from safety, because if he goes down, that's a big problem. And just about dodging the bullets. Everybody in towards Donut right now from the side of Perplexity, but losing players is a big problem. Rez now is going to have to clutch up massively. A 1 versus 1 versus Tommy. He was the only man over towards this bomb site, and he is the last man to fall. An expensive round for Perplexity, but it's a second on the board for them. Back underway in this next round. You can actually see another investment coming out here from Amcal, which is very strange that they've decided not to go for the save here. But I suppose only 1 person surviving. You've got a chance to reset the T's money, but it hasn't really gone to plan just yet. Clash could be caught in a rotation as well in towards Cave. Vacancy needs to be careful. Tommy's just going to go lurking through this smoke. Tree actually going to be holding for it, and Tommy decides actually not to go through, which was probably advisable. This round is just kind of falling apart here for Amcal, who have really kind of been all over the place in these first couple of rounds. Bomb planted up towards B. Artist already just actively searching these players down. There's an M4 that they really need to take out of AW's hands. They really need to try and punish them for going for the investment here once more. Artist, though, losing the only AK that Perplexity did have in that round. But guaranteed information that you know that they're going to be saving. Issue is you actually need to take these rifles away. You cannot keep hemorrhaging players in this situation. Vacancy and rest have called it off. 360 is going to be still searching actively just to try and take these rifles away if he can. Tommy's actually gathered up that AK, so it's actually not a bad save if they get away with both of them. Tommy, not going to be cleared in this close corner. 360 doesn't actually properly clear it. And Tommy will just turn it around in time before Tree can get anyway close. And again, it's another Perplexity round, but it was one that you should not be happy about if you're on the T side, because you've just lost way too many bodies. We'll see how the round kind of kicked off. And again, Vacancy being sent out over towards mid. It's a double entry this time from him. And again, it's just all gas, no brakes from Amcal as they invest everything. They do not know how to save at all. Every round has been an investment here, but this is the best of the lot. They've got rifles out, a couple M4s, they've got the AK as well, and Vacancy. No success over towards mid from him just yet. Res, at least we'll find one. Flash is coming in. Tommy, though, getting aggressive. Artist needs to be careful. Extinct caught with a piece of util out as well. As now, Perplexity on the back foot for the very first time in this series. P60's got a nice little lurk all the way out, but Tommy should know about this. Tree with a lovely reaction, but he takes a hefty amount of damage. The dink is going to cause him a lot of problems. As now Artist, only with a Mac 10 as well, is going to have to try and get off this site. 360 going to be caught, and this Mac 10 is not in a great position whatsoever. AW, there's the info that he was after right now. The molly comes in. Artist actually looking to try and take this fight with him, trying to run him down, but AW would just gobble up that kill. He's actually gathered 6 so far in this map. Top fragging the server right now, and Amcal will finally pick up their first round. And because we've seen Perplexity hemorrhage a lot of players, that's where we're going to see maybe a little bit of economic trouble for the T side in this following round. And so far, this has been a chaotic start to an Ancient. But still, it's a very, very weird buy on the T side. You've got Artist on an AWP, you've got 2 Galils, you've got an AK, you've got very limited util on the side of Perplexity, who are actually gearing up for what seems to be an A execute early on. Might be a little bit of a fake maybe from them, but actually they're going to be committing to this idea. No pressure over towards middle will mean that Tommy can rotate over and be the second man over towards this A bomb site. Artist boosted up to perfect peak and a perfect pick to kick things off to maybe see them accelerate now into A. But still, Perplexity, they stay slowing things down, not fully committing to this idea, and that's going to worry Tommy a little bit. He's not going to be able to call for any rotates on over because he hasn't seen anything. Yes, there's a smoke up in towards CT, but nothing else. And Tommy has actually decided to rotate away. So this is where Perplexity actually have a free A bomb site. They're going to be taking their time. They are now going to be putting util, which is going to be the only bit of information that Amcal are going to get out of this situation. It's a well-worked round and a very passive round from Perplexity. Vacancy and lovely trade to just keep control of Donut for now, but AW will gather that control. 360 is now going to be on a little bit of a lurk, but he needs to come sooner rather than later. Artist is going to be solo on this bomb site right now and needs some assistance. 360 now will strike as Artist waiting towards the big box, not expected in that position. The flash blinds his own teammate from Kalash, and Artist will collect that double kill. It is back to winning ways as the Irish Hopper will be able to seal that one. And a tactical pause coming out here from Perplexity. It's going great so far for them. It's a really strong T side. This delay hasn't really affected them whatsoever. If you were here from the very beginning, you will know that we've been waiting around about an hour to actually kick this one off. It should have started at, I believe, 10:30 CEST, but we waited quite some time, and now we are back into this one and getting going. Amcal, I mean, there's absolutely no rest for the wicked, is there? They just keep investing every single time, and it's because that a lot of these rounds have been so close, right? You know, that's why we haven't really seen them save, but that could really go against you if you're Amcal, because, you know, if you keep going with these kind of half buys, you know, you keep going with these investments and you don't get anything out of it, bar a couple of kills, eventually the damage is not enough. You need to be winning these rounds. No pressure in towards mid from the T side, and Amcal will be able to take it quite easily, as smokes are going to go in towards that bomb site. Amcal have left that part of the map completely open. Tommy's going to have to now head on back over there just to make sure. Amcal have all the information over towards B, which is the big problem for Perplexity right now, especially if they try and walk through this smoke. Extinct going to be taken down, and they know about a second at least. They've seen the PCU tool that was thrown there. They know that there's a second man close. That's going to be Artis trapped in that corner. Sfede is just going to continue to get aggressive. Sfede is looking for them all, but Rest will put him down and put him in the dirt. Bomb dropped in the meantime, though, so Amcal, they do know that Perplexity were set up for a B round there. And you've got 50 seconds now to make up your mind. 50 seconds to decide where you really want to go. Problem is, you've no control absolutely anywhere on the map. The CTs could be absolutely anywhere, and especially in towards the laneway, so you're going to have to waste a little bit of util to clear out the close corners, and they're going to commit up to this B bomb site where there is only 2 people home as of right now, and they've mounted a crossfire. Kalash tucked in towards long, needs to be cleared on out. There's a nice little timing for him to maybe catch as Kalash will claim that double. Tommy will get there in the nick of time as well, and Amcal will cut down that Perplexity side, who now you can see the fruits of the labor of Amcal forcing over and over and over again, because Perplexity, they've got nothing in the bank accounts. It's going to be the cost of doing business of so many close rounds and engagements. And I don't remember the last time that I've seen a game that we've got 7 rounds and each side has forced every single time. There's been no eco rounds. It's been all action right now. Molly for AW. He needs to actually get out of there. Extinct has taken so much damage trying to run through mollies and HGs. And that's a big problem for him. In towards Ito. He will take a little bit of space. Artis going to go down over towards mid, but it's a vacancy double. And that means mid and A are completely vacant right now for Perplexity if they want to move off it. But Extinct, oh, he's taking his chances now to take a lot of space. He's out on this B bomb site. He's found a wonderful timing, but he needs to turn around looking for AW maybe, but doesn't. Instead, has his back turned. Kalash down close towards the ramp. They knew about him. The smoke was going to come off as 360. He's going to try and run him down. Flash was ill-advised and ill-timed. Vacancy, the only man to pick up some kills here. Tommy is going to be able to collect him with his back turned, and what looked like a dangerous round for Amcal after that double kill from Vacancy over towards mid instead just turns into a plain and simple round and will actually restore just a small bit of normality. Vacancy, beautiful deagle shots. I don't know if that second one was on him, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a 4-3 scoreline. Now, what was an excellent start to Perplexity's T side now is kind of switched completely into Amcal getting back into this one and full Glocks, a single smoke left in terms of util on the side of Perplexity as they're going to try and make their way up towards B. AW going to try and hold the line here with that AK as now that lurk smoke thrown up towards the top of the ramp as they'll try and get the plant down. Rez, is he able to get it off? Yes, he is, and he's able to get away as well. Eventually, surely he is just going to go down, and he will. But bomb plant out of that situation, not so bad. But we do have an evened up game. Leveled up 4-4, 8 rounds in. Vacancy, back to taking a little bit of space over towards middle. Oh, completely blinded, still takes down Fede, and another. Vacancy is really just turning up the heat in this game right now. He's been one of the shining lights and shining stars for this Perplexity team. And I was saying that they needed somebody to step up and be a real difference maker for this Perplexity side after losing one of their best players, Giraffe. As now 360 has found a gap all the way through the back door, through AW, never seen it coming. He's going to go down in Perplexity, just continue to pick players off. Eventually, Tommy is going to get on the board in this round, but a 2 versus 4 is still going to be very difficult, even with the low HP players. Problem is, you only have information on Tommy. Kalash isn't unknown. And Rest is one of the high HP players here. This could get a little bit awkward right now. Back turn, trying to line it up. Take your time, Kalash. And yeah, he will do exactly that. The spray is going to be good enough, but the round was already home and dry for Perplexity. Tommy had given up on that dream of trying to press the issue any further. So it is just an exit kill towards the end, and Perplexity will not be giving up their lead without a fight, it would seem. And Amcal, they're going to need to maybe try and adjust, because that's, you know, a couple of rounds now that Vacancy has been able to pretty much get out solo with the support of a couple of pieces until, you know, a couple of flashes, and he's been able to find a multi-kill, but it's pretty much just been him. He's had Artist maybe behind him a little bit, but not really all that much. And again, Vacancy, he's just going to be sent out solo. He has no support in terms of teammates here. He is just going to be making his way out, smoking towards Donuts. Fade's going to swing wide, and Vacancy looking for another multi-kill, and he's got it once again. Vacancy is just dominating the mid-existence right now of the CTs. Kalash tries to find a gap, but none such exists. Vacancy eventually is going to be put to his doom, but it's all over for Amcal in this round once again. Extinct trading headshots with an M4. That AK is always going to win, and Amcal look a bit shell-shocked right now by the mid-engagements that are going on. Tommy spotted towards the back of Donut, needs to try and hit this shot, but he's been dropped. No AWP saved into that next round, and Perplexity are really just having their way right now in terms of this mid-fight, and that would probably be my guess into what is actually going to be the adjustment here from Amcal after they call this tactical pause. They need to try and figure out what they want to do over towards mid, because you should not be giving up a multi-kill every single time. You know, you're 2 against 1. I understand that, you know, the flashes, they do make it difficult a couple of times, but Vacancy maybe got fortunate as well with you know, being blinded and finding a kill, but still, you're being double entried. You're giving away 2 kills for nothing. You're not even trading him out. So the adjustment kind of has to come in here from Amcal. Now, whether that be they want to send 3 players in towards mid to deal with Vacancy straight away would probably be my bet. You need to try and make sure that, you know, that at least is going to be accounted for. And Perplexity going into a quick round up towards B, it would seem. And there is the adjustment. You can see AW swinging out towards the cave, looking in towards middle, as this execute is going to be going through. They're already past, they're already up the ramp here. Kalash blinded, the flashbangs are perfect, and Vacancy again finding the entry. This time though, not towards mid, up towards B, and he's looking for a little bit more. Vacancy detonated by that HE though, as Artist and Rest, it all falls down to them. Bomb is up on the site. Rest is just taking his sweet time here, and he's going to have to really just trying to do it all. Fade is going to be making his way back, and Rez cannot connect on these shots. So Amcal, a decent little adjustment there, but that mid-fight wasn't really given to them. Instead, it was up towards the B bomb site where they got the entry, but it all seemed to fall apart in terms of them finding the kills over towards Heaven. Tree getting invested in that fight solo. Nothing really he can do. And a couple of players being caught out on the bomb site for the T side means that this is 6-5. Again, we are going to see Vacancy maybe gearing up to going for this mid pressure once again. This time though, that he will have a little bit of support maybe from Extinct over towards Heaven. He's got 3 behind him right now, but again, Vacancy, it's another entry. Vacancy maybe looking for that little bit more. Extinct and Trito helping out as they will just collapse on middle and find all that success once more. Artist still going towards me with the bomb. That's the big problem. Artist needs to be so ready right now, and he is. Headshot found. And Kalash, he doesn't know where it is going to end up here. He's seen the bomb over towards B. His teammates have that information, but Perplexity have been absolutely everywhere in this round, and it's just been a crazy one to really keep track of. A 1v4 now for Kalash. And he won't even get a chance to play it out, as Artist will execute him. 7-5. An excellent first half from Perplexity. There was chances in there for them to maybe even do a whole lot more with that one. But Amcal, they looked a little bit lost on that CT side. They looked like they had absolutely no answer whatsoever to that mid engagement. And Vacancy were one of the best halves that I have seen him play in quite some time. And a lot of heads up Counter Strike kind of being played in that first half. A lot of just holding down W, just running at each other. It was just aggression, simple aggression, over and over again. We'll see. Will the tide in this one change a little bit as we swap sides? Amcal getting ready to make their way out middle. B stack from the CTs. That smoke though usually does mean that maybe it might be a little bit of an A play later on. Perplexity have decided not to move out of the stack, even though they've lost all that information over towards mid. Instead, Extinct is going to be getting aggressive. He's going to be pushing down deep to gather up all that info. Now, he could be calling for the rotate over towards that A bomb site, and I think it should come in, but still not moving out of this formation whatsoever, because it actually does seem like it is an A fake, and they're going to be making their way back over towards B. It's a perfect peek there from 360 to actually get that info. And still, it's so slow. It's so passive right now, but it looks like Perplexity are reading into this one correctly. Tommy's going to try and lurk through that smoke, and 360 is going to be able to punish. Still, though, frozen in place are going to be Amcal. They're not moving whatsoever. But again, they're going to get the timing wrong here. The bomb jumping up in towards Heavens. Fada is already crossed, so they know it's going to be B here. There's no way that they can get all the way back. Extinct and Artists just need to be ready, and 360 is close by with a rotate on over. Perplexity are just going to have numbers here on this bomb site, and this cave presence right now is going to be way too much surely for Stinix. Well-timed CT smoke and another one on top of it as well. Amcal are going to feel like they're forced away here, but instead they're going to try and flush out the cave position. Well-timed molly. Stinix with one at least. Extinct, nice trade onto his IGL as 360 and Extinct get ready, trying to mount the crossfire here. Flash coming in. Extinct not going to be blinded as he wide swings, but still a double kill maybe to make something work from Amcal, but it's Perplexity just with all the info, all the right moves in all the right places. No bomb plant, but still an investment here from Amcal. To try and make something work here. Extinct up towards the Heavens, going to take a lot of damage, and he's even going to go down. Expecting this to be mid, and Perplexity have made the wrong call here. They've rotated out of this B bomb site. Rez now going to try and beat that smoke, and he has done so. He's actually taken back this square control with Vacancy, which is absolutely huge right now for the CTs. Kalash going to try and lurk behind him in a smoke here. Rez needs to be ready, and yeah, he is. Vacancy finding the kill in the meantime too. Somehow Perplexity are making this one work. Double cave setup to try and stop them though, as the bomb is planted. Smokes are going to come in to try and block off exactly where the T's are going to be coming from. Stinix will take down Vacancy. He was low HP anyway. Artist now making this move in towards the cave, trying to line up both of them. There's the info on either of those players. HG is going to come in. Stinix with a lovely deagle headshot once more. Rez has got a kit, and he's just going to stick this one out. Stinix needs to hold his nerve here, trying to run him down. Rez sitting on the bomb, and he will get that defuse off. Stinix comes so close, but yet so far. 4 kills with the deagle is not enough to stop this Perplexity train from rolling out of town with that round victory. A whisker away. And Perplexity calling a tactical timeout after that one, because that was squeaky bum time on that bomb site for certain, man. That was so close to going wrong. But it's also a chance to let your enemies marinate in that one. That is just one that Amcal are going to be looking at and saying, how close were we? How close were we actually to getting that one over the line? Very is the answer to that, just in case you're wondering. Extremely close. That's not going to cut it, though. And Amcal, again, bomb plant, investment, only one player surviving. You can understand the logic. You can understand the thinking. But Amcal need rounds. Damage is not good enough at this stage of the game. They need to win this one. Aggression in towards mid. 360 and Extinct trying to take all that control. 360, a nice little trade just to keep them in this round. They'll forfeit that mid control. It's now Rest. Oh, he wants to try and get a little bit aggressive now. He's making noise. He has made a couple of steps here that he's given away, that he is indeed invested in going for this cave fight. And Amcal, they want to slow it down. They want to play it quite patient. Good smoke in towards Donut, but it's the double setup. It's the boost from Artist to look over towards the heavens. And now, once you spot the bomb out there, surely that rotate has to come over towards B here. Vacancy going to try and lock this one in on his own. No multi-kill found this time from him. And Amcal, they'll make their way up onto this site. No kits in play right now for Perplexity, but there's definitely surely one dropped. There has to be. There's a couple of SMGs in the mix. And 360 and Artist, they are going to be quite quick here, making their way down towards B, but they are kind of isolated right now. Artist waiting for the swing of Fade, and he is going to be ready for that one. Molly coming in towards the top of the ramp. No smoke for that. Can't go for it just yet. Spam is going to be chipping away at Tommy. He needs to be so careful. Position behind the site. But time is of the essence right now for Perplexity, and they don't like their odds. They don't like their chances. Just sending it into the bomb site, all guns blazing. And that Molotov seals the round for Amcal, but still a very, very close one, considering all that control they got. But I said Amcal needed rounds, and they've got one. Investment back from Perplexity. Not a great one, but it is going to have the 2 save rifles that they had in the last and a couple of pistols and SMGs behind it. Still a scary one, considering how most of these rounds have been going for the likes of Amcal. And again, it's another pretty passive stance here. Vacancy was thinking about dropping that smoke. Instead, he's going to have to now smoke himself. Rest is going to be spotted out, looking to try and find that kill. And it's actually Vacancy to find the opener as Rest goes to try and run him down. But 2 kills to the good. 1 traded back from Stinix will at least keep them in this one for the moment. 360 needs to be so careful. The heaven jump. This timing's perfect. Tommy could go down, and 360 wrangles in that spray just in the nick of time. Just about to get that kill over the line. And it was messy. It was looking like there was a chance for him to be turned on. And he nearly was. That is one of the rifles taken out of the mix, and it's not in a recoverable position. So it's Vacancy and Extinct over towards B with the pistols. And they have that information, Amcal. They know that there's only one player over towards this A site, except that there's a rotate, and Artist decides to walk at the wrong moment. He was pressing for that bit of information. Doesn't like what he got. 2 players waiting for him in his face. As Extinct and Vacancy now have to cook up a clutch between the 2 of them. No kit. Damage done onto Stinix. He's quite low. Comes down to the timing. If Vacancy gets it wrong, something like that might happen. And Extinct now left with it all to do. 1v2. Not really a lot of time. He's going to tap the bomb. No idea where Kalash was coming from. And that peak is going to be perfect. That's 9-7. And although this has been a great start for Perplexity, this is now looking a little bit terrifying because Amcal have won the rounds that have kind of swung them into contention. And after a double entry as well from Perplexity, 360 just needed to be a little bit cleaner on that kill. USP is in towards mid, should be just like shooting fish in a barrel, should be just an absolute mow down, and they still come away with 2 kills, so it's a little bit of damage from the Perplexity side, but that equal round was never really going to bear much, as Amcal are bearing down on this lead that Perplexity do still hold for now, and haven't actually given up yet on Ancient. They've been in the lead for the entire series, bar when we were all evened up 8 rounds in. We'll be all evened up 18 rounds in. Now, if Amcal play their cards right. M4's in the mix here. Rez, oh, that's a lovely dink to kick things off. The spam just needs another bullet to connect, but he's not going to be able to get it done. Instead, Artist will clean up what his teammate started and get away as well. They've lost a little bit of that mid control. Fade it though. He was dinked down as well. Rez waiting for his time to maybe go for a little bit more spam. And if he decides to do it onto Clash in that corner, he'd be a dead man. Util being thrown over towards that B bomb site. Perplexity more interested and intrigued over towards mid, where they're dumping a lot of util. Amcal look like they're getting ready for an A play in a moment, with Kalash faking over towards this B bomb site. But Rez should be in a good position to deal with this. If Kalash doesn't come in and clear him out, gun barrel spotted, and there's the frag they needed. Nothing else behind it. So Perplexity should know that they should not give up A this lightly, but they're happy enough to play from the retake. Extinct holding a little bit of a pixel angle, player boosted up, and Artist making the call to Extinct to go a little bit closer. 35 seconds. Util is now going to be thrown out, and that's all the information that Extinct was looking for here. And it's all about the timing. If Stinix doesn't realize in time, Extinct could gather this kill, and that's surely going to be enough here for Perplexity in this round. The 2v4 right now as Artist goes down, chipping away at more and more health, though. Extinct trying to just buy time for the rotates to come on in. Svade, though, low HP, is going to be the last man standing, and he's gathered at least 1 kill. Flash coming over from mid. Svade knows he's trapped. He knows he's pinched right now, and it's just all about if they flush him out of this position, and all the info gathered, all the kills gotten as well for Perplexity. Defuse pulled off, and it's Amcal now falling short once again to get us back on level terms. Another double kill from Vacancy too. 20 kills from him. His impact isn't just on the entries on the T side. He's doing it all in the big moments too. And this is where it gets terrifying right now for Amcal, because you're talking maximum 2 buy rounds. If you lose every single round here, you're talking 2 buy rounds, and that is it. Money is just not going to be there. And that's a big nade to kick things off. Stinix and Sveda are feeling the brunt of that one, and 360 is getting ready as Flash in towards middle. Here comes the swing out with this SMG, the info on 2 of them, and that's good enough. A 2 for 1 out towards mid. You know that there's still 2 more players invested in that mid fight, so you might feel like you're pressed to go for this B play, but the T's are still taking their time. They are still slowing things down, and this cave setup is lovely from Vacancy and Rez. Information on AW is Vacancy now, after maybe baiting AW in, wants to just hold for this high-low position. Vacancy is getting ready for the swing. They haven't discovered it just yet, I believe. Double flash coming in. Here comes the peak from both of them. Vacancy's going to be blinded, and Rez actually gets off the angle. It's been undone by a couple of pieces of util. So powerful in that moment. And now, if Perplexity want to pull this one off, they're going to have to rely on the old guard. They're going to have to rely on Artist and Extinct. The men that have been part of this lineup and this core for so long. HE should be enough to seal it, and they are going to be able to pull it off. It is Irish excellence from Perplexity. And it is an 11-8 scoreline where Amcal are in a world of trouble on map 1. And Amcal feel like they have to go for this. They took a breather, they took a breath, and they took a moment to discuss internally how they wanted to approach this round. And they say, we have to go for it. We'll roll the dice. And they've been rolling the dice every single round, it looks like, this game so far. And it's always been Snake Eyes. 360 though, cannot see. Blinded by that flashbang. He gets put down. And Amcal, now, with this advantage, how do they want to play things? They've been freezing a lot on their T side. They have been slowing things down. And Perplexity should know this. But Perplexity are a very active team. They will look for the pieces of the puzzle before they realize what the final picture is going to be and what it is going to look like. Artist, this time it could go horribly wrong right now. If he gets behind the square, it could be all right. No, he's going to be dead in just a moment. Yeah, that's a perfect find. Extinct in towards mid. Well, at least drops Fade 8. But now you know, surely they're maneuvering back towards this A bomb site. Extinct is actually going to get there in time, surely. No smoke for the CT side in towards CT. Instead, it's going to be a Molotov, and that's going to be enough with the headshot of AW. Rez now 1v4 on the cards for him. This should have been a clean round for Perplexity. This was a risk from Amcal going for the investment here, but risk equals reward this time around. It's looking like it's going to be an 11-9 scoreline, and it's going to be really Perplexity, their economy just thrown into a horrible scenario this late in the game, where as they were pretty much playing for all the marbles, now it's a chance that they could lose it all. And the entry was good, but Perplexity just too active in that situation, looking for the timings that they would gather, looking for just any snippet of information that could make them feel comfortable. They could put toward a gamble stack. But Artis gets caught in a horrible timing, and I don't really blame him, to be honest, because you'd not be expecting 3 players to be behind him. At that time, they were all just sitting in T-spawn, making their way through A, making their way back from B. Couple of them anyway. Just something that Artis was not accounting for. And now Perplexity, investment here, loss equals eco. And loss in that eco means 11-11. Vacancy. Aggression. He's solo. He's mollied. Double HE should be enough to do a good chunk of damage to him. Still spotted in that corner, which is a little bit of a problem. He cannot get out of here safely right now. He does have backup in Extinct right behind him, and he doesn't really want to back up out of this situation just yet. Eventually, they're going to realize they have to. Cannot just stick around and wait to get mollied out. So they'll open up the distance a little bit more. And this is still a nervy round for Amcal. Although they've done, little pieces of damage. You don't want to go guns blazing into these pistols because they will take your head off. 3, waiting on the jiggle to deploy a smoke. As Amcal, it looks like they are going to get set up to go over towards B, but actually it is going to be a little bit of a fake here. They are going to be sending the bomb back towards A. Extinct invested. He's still here in towards Cave right now. Tree has a well-timed smoke, which is going to make things a little bit awkward right now for the T's. They're going to maybe have to slow things down. They're still committing in towards A. They kind of have to. AW is going to be waiting now for and hoping to not get caught on a timing of his own. He's just going to be waiting for Vacancy to make his way out over towards Heaven. 20 seconds, though, is not a lot of time, especially if AW go 10. You might feel a little bit pressed, but it's a lovely clear right now to drop out Artist, and they will just crunch upon that A-bomb site in the nick of time. Everything goes right there for Amcal when it is needed. And that force buy amounts to nothing, and Amcal on double figures. Back to business. And now there is still some unfinished. looking like they were down and out at one stage. They were looking like this one was actually going to be all over on map 1. If you missed the veto, of course, we are going to Inferno next. It was a little bit of a shock for me that Amcal decided to pick into the Inferno. I thought they were going to pick Barrage. But Perplexity's win percentage on Inferno has not been great. 0-5 in the last couple of months. Can this new look Perplexity look a little bit better on that map there? And have been the better team so far in this game. Be all squared up in a moment. AW needed to clear out that close corner. Wasn't going to be caught once again. USPs just looking to do a little bit of damage. Still so difficult to stop the Mac 10 just running you down like that. And AW is really just farming up these eco kills. He's had a fantastic game, and I said that he was going to, you know, have to be, and probably is the main man on this Amcal team now. Melody is not playing with them, and especially when they've got Tommy and no Art Frost. AW is probably the name that you're looking at and saying, yeah, he can do the business for you, and he has been able to do enough so far, himself and Stinix, to just keep Amcal competitive, and that's exactly what they are at 11-11. Buy round coming in here for Perplexity. Opening AW. Traded out though by that HE3. Aggression in towards middle. Needs to find this kill and eventually we'll just get it done. Artist will gather one and get away as well. Information on the Heaven player, and even Kalash tagged down quite low as he tries to walk on out, and Extinct will put him down. Tommy, the stand-in, can he step up in this 1v3? Perplexity want to get on to map point here. And as long as they don't give up 1v1 fights, if they just trade on out, they should be able to do that. Well-timed Molotov, but Tommy can actually walk past it. It's not really too much of a timing that he can gather, and Extinct, he just wants that information. Extinct just wants to know where he is, but maybe not expecting that HE. And I wonder, is this internal clock from Tommy going to be taken that Artist is on this flank? He's going to turn around and take a look. Maybe no back turn, and that's going to be an easy one for him. Perplexity locking down that mid-fight, locking down that 12th round. And Amcal, now, invest everything you got. Try and stop them, because Perplexity are only a single round from taking their map pick. But we could have OT. And Perplexity, they want to take their time with this one. Missed window smoke. Gonna provide a lot of room for the mid-fight. A lot of wiggle room for Perplexity here as that HG goes deep and does a good bit of damage against Fade Out, and Stinix are punished by that util over towards mid. It just softens you up and just makes you so less confident going into these engagements and gunfights. Rest panicked a little bit, but it's a lovely kill. He has to get that smoke down and try and get away. Clash is going to try and run him down, but Rest is going to find and double up on that early advantage that he's gotten. And now, a 5 versus 3 for Amcal to really kind of scratch their heads and say, how do we even get back into this one? And Rest, is he going to go for a little bit more? No, he's going for that AK. Fade Out has heard that. He knows that he's gathered that one up, but also another smoke to deploy, just to provide a little bit more cover for Rest to get back. And Amcal bomb is over towards B right now. Couple of pieces of util being rained on in. Amcal are just looking for Perplexity to overcommit into a fight that they shouldn't. 360 nearly gives them exactly what they want. That HE. Nearly punches his ticket, but doesn't. Sound vacancy are so low though, but 30 seconds, the clock is just ticking down, and you're making your way in towards this B bomb site. A double setup in towards Cave. Reds just going to be into this close corner, and they're not going to be expecting it. Surely they're going to try and clear him out, but Reds has got 4 in the final round. Surely of this one, extinct to seal it, but it is a Reds Cave masterclass to get it over the line for Perplexity and Amcal. They looked all over the place in that map. Didn't know how to handle anything that Perplexity were throwing at them when Perplexity were on their T side. Vacancy was allowed way too much space over in towards the middle. There was a couple of rounds in there that, you know, they won a couple of swing rounds to get back into the game, but I think that scoreline, in all honesty, is a little bit misleading in terms of how close that game actually was. I don't think it was as close. I think Perplexity really kind of had their number in a lot of instances, and Amcal really could not get to grips with the T side at all. The CT aggression coming in, and I think really Perplexity deserved to take map 1 for certain. Before we do send it into a break, though, I'll let you know that we are going to be heading into Inferno. That is going to be a map number 2. It's a map that Perplexity have not actually performed very well on at all. Amcal have decided that they want to go for a punishment pick in that regard, and we'll see, are they going to be able to punish Perplexity, or will Perplexity beat them 2-0 and advance into the winners game here at Group A, the CCT Season 3 Series 2. We're sending it to a little break, but we will be right back very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking forward to our second map of our first series of the day. We've got 4 best of 3s coming up for you at the closed qualifier. It is all opening matches of Group A and Group B. We are going to be zoning in for our first 2 on Group A, of course, as we've already seen Amcal and Perplexity take down one map, as Perplexity got it done on their own pick, 13-11. Scoreline was quite close, but Perplexity, for me, definitely were the better team in that one. Amcal, very aggressive, I would say, in terms of the way that they wanted to approach a lot of the rounds, and kind of got caught in a loop of investing and investing over and over again, which just left their money in a horrible situation for a lot of instances where, you know, they were putting buys together, but they were very light on util, they were very light on, you know, heavy weaponry, and ultimately that might have been the kind of thing that came back to bite them. Perplexity get it done though, taking that map win. They were heavy underdogs coming into this game, but they were able to get that one done and over the line. Unfortunately for them though, Ancient was their pick. It is a map that they have had a lot of success on. Inferno is a completely different story. They played it 5 times, been unsuccessful in every single endeavor, and Amcal had a choice of 2 of whether they wanted to go with an Inferno or whether they wanted to go with a Mirage pick, as Perplexity have not really been tested in quite a while by an EU opposition on Mirage. I believe the only team that they did play was LFO. So Amcal could have had a choice of 2, but they've decided to go with an Inferno. It's a map that they've played, you know, that little bit more. But I'm a little bit caught off guard by it, considering that they did pick into it against Paravision, which is kind of a similar story for them. Maybe they just wanted to avoid James completely on Inferno, which is valid. It is completely valid. But yeah, the Inferno pick was definitely one that kind of threw me off guard a little bit. But in terms of Amcal, what I need to see is a little bit more in terms of their kind of team play. I need to see, you know, I need to see the likes of Tommy step up a little bit individually. I know he's only standing in for this team, but he wasn't really doing all that much. And, you know, I think actually he might struggle on an Inferno as well. You know, it's not really that map that your opera can kind of, you know, get a lot of free reign. But when you do it well, when you're able to, you know, like hit the highs as an opera on that map, they usually perform really, really well. I think the good news for Amcal is the likes of AW and Spade were performing. You know, you've got Stinix as well that was kind of chiming in with a couple of good moments and in a couple of good places with some of his big clutching ability. As for Perplexity, Vacancy just needs to keep up that pace. He was on the T side, the man that was just finding all the entries, all the success, and a lot of the time he was going through, you know, middle on that Ancient T side solo. You know, there was maybe some assistance from like an artist or a 360, but and obviously, you know, there was a couple of flashes in there, but a lot of the time he was just going in there solo. And I think the key to maybe stopping Perplexity on this map is you need to silence that those entries. You need to silence that kind of firepower. And it'll be interesting to see when we get down to it, because Perplexity, starting out on the CT side, they will get the choice of it. As I'm saying, we get a tech pause, which is always good news. If you missed the early one, we have actually been delayed quite some time. And luckily, okay, I'm not going to say it. No, I'm gonna say it. Touch wood, right? Hopefully, we don't get any more technical issues. I know production are absolutely cursing me for saying that on broadcast, because it's usually bad luck. But here we go. You go in expecting the worst, and you know, if anything better that comes out of it is always good news. CT side start, as I was saying for Perplexity, a couple of flashes, a HE on the side of Perplexity, a lot of util purchased, 3 sets from the side of Amcal. And Extinct is the only player over towards B right now. That HE is going to be thrown perfectly. Does a decent amount to a couple of players. Again, feeling the brunt of it. He was one of the guys that was over towards mid that was just getting chunked down by HEs over and over again when they were on that T side. A lot of those fights he had to go into were, you know, half HP, which is a big problem. Now, what is really good for Perplexity right now is they're not moving out of this A stack, and Amcal are slowly going to be making their way up through second middle. Artist has seen nothing towards mid though, and this is going to be a little bit worrisome unless he catches the timing, and he will do so. He catches Kalash in the head and he gets away unscathed with it. Just being picked off right now one by one. Amcal not being able to get into this round at all from the get-go. And they're still being so passive. They're still being so patient. And Perplexity are anything but that. They are looking for the information. They're pushing. They are getting it all. Rez has cleared pretty much all of second middle. So Perplexity are going to have 4 players on this B bomb site. There's the smokes. There's the mollies that are going to be difficult to deal with. But that boost up could really just undo absolutely everything. That smoke is going to hit Extinct. He's going to swing wide. He was the only player that started over towards B. And now you've got 3 players here. 1 boosted up. You're waiting to pounce through the smoke. And that is a wonderfully played round from Perplexity. They just had all the snippets of information they needed at all the right times. Knew when to push. Knew when to sit back. And that is another pistol for Perplexity. They've won all 3 in this series. Investment coming in here from the T's as Extinct wants to get aggressive down Banana. Needs to be a little bit cautious. HE going in, landing at the foot of the ramp, and a well-timed smoke as well, but he doesn't stick around. That's probably good news. Getting on back, but Amcal, they've got all this banana control back for nothing. They push through the smoke, they beat him to the punch, and they just risk it a little bit. This dance is going to continue here from Perplexity and Amcal, trying to hold on to this top banana hold, and Extinct is just going to have to give it up. Burns a little bit on the way out, but it is just a good escape plan and a good escape route. Now, 50 seconds. Amcal still yet to make up mind, and you would probably consider Inferno one of those maps that Amcal will be very good at, just at the style of their play at their T side, because they do like to freeze a lot. They do like to slow things down. But eventually you're going to have to make up your mind, and their mind is going to be made up in towards this bomb site, 360. On the edge of that smoke. Oh, he actually takes that on the head, on the chin. This is a big problem right now for him. He has been found out really quickly, but the crossfire is going to be more than enough to stop this. As into the blender they go. An Artist 6-0 right now, looking for the 7th, and he will get it as well. It's a 4K from the captain as Perplexity claim a 2nd. Only a half by this time around. Vacancy's Molly is going to burn Stinix to a crisp. Extinct getting naded down so very low is a little bit of a problem. Actually, if they get aggressive up towards Banana, but just being picked off one by one here. Perplexity team looking solid right now, as they've been able to stop everything that Amcal have thrown at them so far on this T side. Still very early doors, mind you, but looking all right. Oh, AW getting a little bit risky, trying to catch them on a time and just to swing through that smoke, and they might just try and run on through here. I think they've no other option. They deploy their smoke, and they actually go 2 for 2, which isn't all that bad. Might be able to get a bomb plant here. Artist coming around, spraying wildly. Eventually, he's going to run out of ammo, so this gives enough chance for Tommy to maybe work his magic a little bit. Flashes are just going to be more than enough, and he's tucked away in that corner. So you forfeit a bomb plant, but you do not forfeit the round, and Perplexity continue their hot start on Inferno. which is fantastic for them, because I was mentioning, you know, that they have been pretty unsuccessful in their endeavors on this map. 0-5 in the last couple of months. 2 of them being to Aitzins, who you're going to be seeing a little bit later on today. They're going to be playing, I believe it's Sabre in Group B. Cole Exner is going to be taking you through those a little bit later on today. Also unsuccessful, this Perplexity team, as they were called Alaska, against Ecstatic in the CCT. Leon in Advanced and Zero Tenacity. All teams they fell short, fell victim to on Inferno. One of Amcal's favorite maps right now. They're still yet to register around, and they're going to be hoping that that is going to change right now. AKs galore on the side of the T's. And Artis already hit quite heavy. AWP wounded. As Perplexity making a little bit of a gamble effort over towards this Abram site. Could come back to bite them. Is extinct. Pumping is util, so Rez can get a little bit closer. They decide not to go for the boost. Instead, they're going to maybe walk into the site. Still, Perplexity have not rotated another man over just yet. Rez now picking up where Extinct left off. Has a Molotov to delay. That's the only piece of util that they do have. And there's actually no smoke. So Amcal are going to have to try and run through this. And Rest is just waiting for his time to drop it. And it goes in towards Pool instead. They can't really advance. Flash is going to be good enough for the peak here. And a 1-for-1 as Fede takes his teammate down in 11 seconds. Not a lot of time here. As Rest is going to have to try and run wide. He had a chance to deny the bomb there. But he's not going to be able to get it done. And instead, Tommy claims 2 and the round with it. That really could have got messy. If Rez just came out, he was expecting somebody to actually hold for him there in that situation, because you could see he kind of got out and he was looking towards the right-hand side of the site, kind of going, right, where's the guy that's looking at me? Where's the guy that's meant to be holding for me? Nobody was looking for him at all. The player that was holding was over towards Banana. The other player behind New Box was meant to be surely looking at Runes there. At Coffins. But he just wasn't. So Rez came out of that one just a little bit confused. If he was a little bit quicker on the reaction, he might have been able to get that kill. 360 and Artist need to be so careful right now. Artist is actually going to go down. So that's an AWP that you're not going to bring forward. You will save that M4. And Extinct. A little bit unfortunate there. But you can see, look, Rest, if he just comes and swings wide there, there's 6 seconds left on the clock when he drops that bomb. There wouldn't be enough time. If Rez just swings out there and focuses the planter, Perplexity win the round. That being said, you can understand this thought process though. Artist, ooh, purchases that AWP. And puts it to good use. Didn't get to save it in the last round. Oh, the elbow spotted. A wild peek from Extinct. Resto has his teammate covered. And you at least keep your head above water. Still treading it right now. And you are walking a very thin line on some of the peaks that we've seen. It's still over towards B. Reds is going to have to hold this one down on his own. Little jiggles, smoke in hand. Don't want to wait too long before you deploy that. You don't want to wait to get executed on. That's going to happen. He's going to swing across onto the site. Now, that has definitely been heard. Nate opened the smoke here as Amcal are going to try and make their way in. Rest looking for a little bit of assistance. Flash is going to go high this time. Kalash going to be trying to jump up and jump over him, but Rez catches a glimpse and he's getting this reload off. He's buying time for his teammates to get a little bit closer, and Tree is just there to help out. The trades are coming in where Perplexity need them. Artist still a million miles away, but he is not going to be needed whatsoever. It's Perplexity with a 4-1 lead, and the T's calling a timeout. boost over the smoke there. We didn't get to catch that the first time, but that's how Artist opened things up for his side. And that little peek there from Rez, just the information, just knowing that he was going to jump over on top of him was more than enough. And Amcal, a little bit discombobulated. They are giving away opening picks and entries away to Perplexity a little bit too easy. But that's been happening all day. Trades have not been good enough on this Amcal side. Now, triple setup over towards B. Not aggressive, like you would see a lot of teams kind of go for. Instead, Extinct needs to be a little bit cautious. Fade is in that corner, and he just gets his gun up in time. No chance of a trade either. Retake util towards top banana is actually going to force Amcal away, and Vacancy very quickly rotating over towards the day bomb site, which is going to be needed. Artist expecting a hit to happen anytime soon, and he takes refuge in towards library. Double pit setup is very strong in this scenario, as Artist waiting for somebody to creep past that smoke. That's the bomb drop. Artist looking for a little bit more. Ooh, a wayward shot there. Actually, should have maybe gathered that kill, but he's not going to get it. But that's all you need right now. You know it is going to be A. You just need to batten down the hatches on this site. And Vacancy and Tree need to be ready. But there's the info. Kalash spotted in towards the apartments, and that's maybe all that they need. Artist watching that short play about to happen. And the bomb doesn't feel safe enough to cross right now. You've got 30 seconds for Amcal to get into this bomb site, but the CTs are just holding perfectly right now. Crossfires everywhere that they need them, and it is more than enough to get the round over the line. It is looking very good indeed on this CT side. Didn't pick up that up though. For Perplexity. There was a chance to go and save that. Instead, they're going to be playing it out with a couple of rifles, but Amcal, oh, they just do not look like a team in form at all right now. Aggression now, Banana, Rest, just really forcing this issue, and they force them all the way back. They're just getting all this control that it is being given up to them for nothing. There's a couple of pieces of util, but because Rez has just pushed past that kind of middle of banana smoke that they throw, that the T's love to throw, you just don't have to move. Artist holding towards the apartments and holding his spray perfectly. Tree and himself can even get out of there if they want. As Amcal just getting chipped away at one by one. Gearing up to maybe explode towards B. Now, if you're Perplexity, you probably don't need the 4-player rotated over towards this A-bomb site, but because you've got Rez in this position with the jump spot, you can deploy that Molotov. He is going to be ran down a little bit, but the fadeaway kill is going to be more than enough, and it's just deploy util until your teammates can get here, burning in the Molotov, but Rez is just anchoring this bomb site alone perfectly, and very difficult to do when you're running away like that, to find the double kill to stop that, because if he goes down, the round is just really thrown up in the air. But again, it's Amcal that are completely unsuccessful and will get nothing. Rest will eventually go down, so they will lose one player, but it's only an SMG. You're not too concerned about that whatsoever. And if you are an Amcal fan, you are very concerned with what you've seen so far on this T side. investment going to come in again. Amcal need rounds here. I mean, still, you've got, you know, a Deagle in the hands of Tommy. Couple of Galils, yeah, 3 Galils and an AK. Like, it's not anything major in this one for the side of Amcal. And if we're talking about, you know, getting into a bomb site, we've got one flashbang. Needs to be the best flashbang of all time. Artist finds a kill through the smoke, and that's just another kick in the teeth for Amcal. You don't get to see anything, and still, again, Perplexity have the right read. They've got the right stack. Artist waiting in the corner. Timing's perfect, and Artist will strike this sneaky Irish assassin back with an ace. As Perplexity, they are cooking up an absolute storm on Inferno. Absolutely beautiful. Artist back in his prime, it would seem, on Inferno. 17-2. Haven't seen him do this in a very, very long time, but he's looking good right now. And Amcal, again, it is just a situation of what do we do? How do we try and find an opening? Because they've not been allowed to take that brackets control. They've been playing very slow a lot of the time. We haven't really seen any kind of switch of tempo from Amcal either. So I would like to see them maybe try and play a little bit more aggressive. Try and play up through Banana just that little bit quicker. Doesn't have to be a rush. You just have to maybe just put the pressure on the B players a little bit quicker. Try and take some space. Take a couple of risks here. I mean, you're 7-1 down right now. Nothing has gone to plan from what you've decided to do. And these kind of slow, methodical, kind of, we'll wait and we'll go back and we'll execute in the rounds. You're just being picked off one by one. You're just giving away these openings. And Perplexity are looking damn good right now. Leading by example, though, Artist is just finding absolutely everybody that appears on his screen. Double pit setup. A minute left. And this is the first time that, you know, we've gone to pretty much a minute and we haven't seen an opening given away from the side of Amcal. So they're going to be hitting into a bomb site with all 5 alive. But still, you've got 2 players in towards the pit. You'll drop the smoke and Artist is just waiting to pounce here. But that double kill means that he's going to have to do this one solo. Stinix doesn't quite realize that Artist is being sneaky once again. It's just about how many he can get in this position, in this opportunity. And he has to strike for the first one, trying to get the spam on down. AW will actually surely fall here. And Extinct now is going to try and help out his leader and help out his captain. Again, it's this Irish duo that are going to swing into the side and try and take it all. And Artist is just hitting absolutely every head. And even when you get into a bomb site, it's being retook. 3 kills from Artist, 2 kills from Extinct. And it is all Ireland, baby, in that clutch. And it's a horrible situation there for Amcal, really, right? Because you see that smoke deployed in towards the pit. You kill 2 players on the A bomb site. You're not expecting the 3rd player to be there. Artist is usually the long player. He's usually the rotator. Why are you going to be expecting him to be sat in pit and him the one that deployed the smoke? But it is a detail that is overlooked. And Extinct as well, just getting in on the action. Perplexity. And they are holding it up to Amcal. This is something I was not expecting at all. Amcal are being dominated. And nade could be well timed. It's a little bit of tickle damage. And it's not really going to do you any favors if you're Amcal once more. They're going to try and get up onto this A bomb site now. They should have a little bit more success this time, considering it's only Tree and Artist here. And Tree is the only one in the site. Oh, the timing is a little bit awkward here for Tree. Good enough for the first. If you can get a little bit more, maybe you've got a chance at this one. But Perplexity, you've got so much money right now. You can just send bodies. You can send numbers at these retakes. Throw something at the wall and see if it sticks. Clash in towards Boiler. The refrag is going to be good. As right now, Util needs to be thrown over. Two players in the site, one in towards Mini Pit as Amcal look to just mount this crossfire to try and get them over the line in this position. And Fade with that double might have just sealed it, but here comes Artist 1v1, and there's the info gathered. AW in the corner. Artist has picked up yet another kill. He does have a kit. He will get this defuse pulled off, and you can simply never beat the Irish right now. 22-2. Artist, this is his masterpiece. Asking for a boost here. Artist looking and peering over that smoke, but doesn't discover all that much. Instead, Tree, it's a bit of damage to him. Over towards Banana, trying to make something work, but Extinct, he's going to claim a double this time. And again, it's Amcal unable to find an entry. I'll have to go back and look at the statistics, but man, it feels like Amcal have just not gotten an entry for the majority of these rounds. I want to say that they've lost an opening fight nearly every single time. Eventually, Artist will miss. He is human after all, as he's going to be taken down, and now it's time for the rest of Perplexity to try and step up. Tree locking in one. Vacancy overlooked in the corner. Tommy is never going to see this one coming. No bomb plan for you. And Kalash stuck in towards the pit, as everybody's going to get a little bit closer, and Extinct will claim yet another kill. It is 10-1, and it is just an absolute blowout right now on Inferno. Amcal, it's a horrible position to be in, and I do really feel for them, because nothing is going right. This is quite simply a game where your opponents are having an unbelievable day, and just the small little things you're getting wrong. But man, the side of Perplexity have really come prepared for this map too. This Inferno has looked so solid, but there we go. That's something that we have not just seen in quite a while. And they've got an opening. They've got an entry. They're going to try and force the issue here to run down Artist and Rest. He needs to be very careful, Rest, in this position. Oh, doesn't want to throw a smoke at that time. He's going to go down. Artist, I mean, he's solo, left here over towards the bomb site. He has the op. It's not going to be the weapon of choice, though, surely. On 50 HP, he has to take a more passive angle. And he will do exactly that. Playing from front sight. Tree gets a smoke down in time. Maybe a little bit of a gap to play around with here. Oh, they're going to be baited in now. Artist spams through the smoke. Doesn't even get a chance to shoot. Tree trying to spray everybody down, and he does get a double. That at least keeps us interested. Nade open the smokes. Fade A. It's going to be spotted here. 360 done. Needs to connect on a little bit more. And all eyes on Vacancy. He was the man to stop on Ancient. Hasn't had to do all that much on this map. All thanks to Artist, but now we can come up with a big clutch, and this would really break the hearts of Amcal, but Kalash will simply not let it happen. Amcal will get a little bit of success, but is it too little, too late? I'm waiting for this one to jump into the second half, and yeah, we're going to be getting going with this. And this is really just about right. Amcal needing to kind of just get that first half out of your mind and just play it round by round right now. This would be the perfect time to pick up your first pistol because that's what it's relying on right now. If you've got any chance of, winning this map and forcing a decider, this pistol has to be won. It's a non-negotiable. You lose this pistol, it is done. You're dropping down into that losers game that is going to be taking place, I believe, tomorrow. As for Perplexity, though, heavy underdogs in this group, might I add. Perplexity were probably the team that you're looking at and saying that they probably don't have a chance. They're only 3 rounds away from jumping into that winner's game. Making an A play right now, swinging up onto the site. Oh, a little bit congested as they make their way onto the bomb site, but still everything is going right. Tommy caught in a reload, and Perplexity, they just simply can do no wrong. That pistol was a must for the CTs. But now it looks like it is only going one way, and Amcal look absolutely shell-shocked on their pick. Of course, you're going to buy whatever you can. You're going to buy whatever you feel is necessary to win you this round. You are just trying to keep Perplexity off 12, to keep yourselves alive in with a chance, but man, it is just looking so bleak for this Amcal team. And I feel for them. It's a lonely, lonely place in a position like this, and you do feel just a little bit helpless at times. But we're not done just yet. I wouldn't say Perplexity are the most perfect team in the world, so all of a sudden you string a couple of rounds together, you've got a comeback on your hands. Maybe that's the CS romantic in me, but it is possible. That's usually how it starts, with a kill like that. Extinct going down. Artist nearly getting taken down in the back. He's getting chunked down by Util. Vacancy is low as well. 30 seconds, and Perplexity, for the first time in Inferno, they look panicked. Forced into a B play. Nade open the smoke. Try and rush on through. HG. Oh, a little bit of damage, but no kill. Nobody in on the site right now. No smoke though for the cross. So Rez is just going to have to swing wide. And Artist picking up that kill is huge right now. Vacancy, if he can get one, maybe you've got a chance. Artist just dropped his AK. Oh no. Artist, what has gone wrong there? The wrong button at the wrong moment. Rez getting off the site. It's going to be big time what is needed, but he needs to pick up a kill. No kit in play. 360 needs to get a whole lot closer. AK is going to be held for. Knife out though, and 360 quick switching at the wrong times. Artist dropping a rifle in towards CT, and it all comes crumbling down in that round. And yeah, now you're kind of seeing what I mean. Not the most perfect team in the world. Mistakes do happen. You just need to capitalize off them. And Amcal did exactly that. But it did have a feel that Perplexity were actually just forced into that. It wasn't, just down to the mistakes. It was just a well-played round from Amcal in terms of the util damage they were able to do to force them all the way back. Extinct sending it through that apartment smoke. It's going to be put down. Now, Perplexity, you're on a timer here. You don't realize it, but Svede has walked all the way through Banana. Right now, you're on high alert if you're over towards A. And you're still taking your time right now. Res finding that kill is going to be huge, though. Need to try and get up onto the site, but the crossfires surely are going to be enough right now. Still, though, the kill's being found. 360 with a double to get you all the way in. Needs to find a little bit more, and he's got it. He's got all three. Res, though, on low HP. Needs the headshot onto AW, but he will not be able to find it. AW coming up big in the clutch, and eventually, Amcal get one of those rounds right. Again, it's scary. It's a scary, scary round. Investment is only a half one from Perplexity. We've seen a lot of force buys in this game, but thankfully this won't be one of them. They will be saving for the AKs. Rest. Very aggressive towards top banana. Ooh, he's beating a lot of that util, but decides actually to go back into it. No, burning finds the headshot. What a ridiculous kill that is. And AW down. Perplexity are going to go into an A play here. You've got Tommy solo over towards long. He's got no assistance as he's just peeking out. Artist with that deagle needed to hit that headshot. And Kalash in towards the apartments. Did 360 catch a glimpse of him? Is he going to walk behind him? Is he going to try and do something sneaky? Surely he realizes this. He's an apartments player himself. Kalash is aiming right at him though, but still 360 wins that duel. A really good read right there. Artist fading away through that smoke, but Stinix has him covered. Amcal will make it 5, and somehow in this series, they are staying alive. That was only a little bit of a half investment though. And Perplexity still do make it as close. And the problem with Amcal picking up all these rounds and losing a lot of people is the fact that if Perplexity win this round, the money is just shocking. 1400 going into every bank account, it's not going to be enough. You won't see a rifle at a 12-5 possibly. So Amcal, although they're delighted to be winning rounds, although they're over the moon to be keeping themselves in this game, they know that one misstep, even though there's 2 rounds that Perplexity need, one misstep could mean the end. And Extinct found a little bit of timing to walk up as he finds that opening towards long. Tommy trades it right back, 4-on-4. And not a lot of info for Amcal here. Kalash making his way down. Shirley has to try and clear the 3. Oh, only half cleared it. And 3 will not punish him. That'll just keep Tommy looking over towards long though. Kalash dropping out of the apartments over towards the site as Perplexity are making their way up, and Amcal want to fight over towards long, it would seem. Tommy looking for the timing here as the 2 players are fading the smoke. He doesn't see all that much. Vacancy walking behind him. Tommy realizes it, but it's too little too late. 25 seconds. And Kalash needs to hold on to this A-bomb site. Surely all they need to do is just trade him on out, but Kalash is buying a lot of time right now. Eventually, he gets put in the dirt. 15 seconds. And the bomb planted. Denix and AW, how do you get in here? You've got a kit, you've got a flash. You need to hope the entries are perfect. And in a game that has been far from it for Amcal. How can you see a way back into this one? Stinix has got a flash primed and ready, but Vacancy is just going to shut that down before it even gets going. AW was the man with the kit. Now, given a freebie, but no chance surely to get away as he's tagged up and tagged low. He will just escape with his life. You will be able to save that AK and bring it forward. It is going to be the only rifle that they're able to field in this next round. Vacancy playing his cards perfect in that situation, and it's another really strong Perplexity round. They've got 7 chances to close out this series and pull off one of the shocks of the play-ins in the very first game. And this is what I was talking about. One misstep puts you back onto this terrible buy. Got a minute left, and it's still quite a slow approach right now from the T's. Not really taking all that much control. Rest is very aggressive up banana here. Actually tucks himself in towards the logs. He kind of doubled back a little bit. Clash should be an early warning sign in towards the apartments, but needs to be careful on that timing. If that shot was hit, it might have been over. And AW going down is a big problem, because that needs to keep Svede invested over towards that B bomb site, but Stinix will alleviate a lot of that pressure that Bravo was feeling. 35 seconds, Perplexity to get in here, and there's 3 players that you're going to have to deal with. Util needs to be perfect, and the entries need to be pristine. You are running the clock super thin here. Everything needs to go perfect in this moment here. Clash towards the apartment, traded on out by Vacancy. As a little bit more damage done. Artist looking to strike down Spade, which he will. Tommy is the last man sitting, trying to defend this A bomb site, and eventually he will fall. And it is all down to Stinix. A 1 versus 2. Vacancy, Solo, and Artist. The man to beat on the side of Perplexity. The leader has done it all for his team in this game, and Stinix now tries to defeat him, but he simply cannot. Perplexity stun Amcal in our opening game of round A. What a fantastic game it was, man. Something that I was not expecting. I was not expecting Perplexity to really get that one done as quickly, as cleanly as they did, especially on Inferno. That's a map that they have not won and have not looked fantastic on. They've lost to Inksons, you know, a UK, a domestic opponent. The 3 times that they've played international teams, they've not looked solid, you know, against, I believe it was Leon, Ecstatic, and Zero Tenacity as well, not even getting up to 10 rounds. To win a game and win a map like that, 13-5, extremely clean. They look good, man. And Perplexity, I said it before when we were going into this game, that they're probably the weakest team in Group A. By far. You know, you're kind of looking at the other teams that are in there. You know, you've got your Amcal, you've got your Sangal, and you've got your TNL. You know, Perplexity are probably the name that you put at the bottom of the list for a lot of people. But man, Amcal, I don't know if they took them too lightly. I don't know if they came into that ill-prepared, but something was off with the game plan that Amcal went for. Unfortunately for them, that means that they drop down into that losers game, and they are on the brink of elimination. Last time they managed to get all the way into that final game to actually qualify for the main stage of the CCT EU1, but they fell short. And if they lose one more game here, they could fall short once again. As for Perplexity, it is all smiles as they get back to facing EU competition. Amcal are the first team on the chopping block for them. And well, we're going to have to see who they're going to be facing off against in our next game of the day, which is going to be Sangal versus TNL. That is going to be taking place in a couple of minutes time. I'm going to take a moment to get my breath back and take a little bit of a break, because when we come back, we've got some more Group A action that you guys definitely do not want to miss. We hope to see you in a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be looking forward to our next game of the day. A little bit of a shock already here at the play-ins for the CCT EU2 as Perplexity take down Amcal in a 2-0 fashion, meaning that they move on into that winners match, and Amcal drop down into that losers. If they lose one more best of three, they will be eliminated. Looking forward to this next matchup though, because this is probably, I would say, the two best teams in Group A facing off against each other already, and it is going to be Sangl taking on TNL, which is, you know, a matchup that if it was a couple of months ago, a lot of people probably wouldn't be too excited over, because it would have been, you know, a pretty easy game for let's say a Sangl. But TNL have been a team that they have been taking a lot of teams by storm and a lot of events by storm. They've been turning a lot of heads online and on LAN. This Sangl roster, of course, is a little bit different to the one that we did see last year. It is pretty much the Permitta core: Mast, Mari, and Beanox coming together with the Russian opera of Danis, and of course the Romanian Blitz. This is a team that, you know, we haven't really seen all that much from. They haven't really played too many events because they've been trying to get a core together that was, you know, actually able to play VRS ranked events. So they decided to pick up this Permitta core, qualified to the Compass Contenders Series 1, lost their opening match versus 500. Unfortunately, they were reverse swept in that one, and actually they missed out on a qualification to CCT EU1, losing to Favbet in their decider game in the groups, I believe. And this team, you know, I think Sangl are definitely one that needs a little bit of time, but I definitely do think Sangl are a team that can really do the business when they get down to it. But man, on the other side of things, we've got a team in TNL that, I mean, it just seems like these guys can do no wrong. It doesn't matter, you know, kind of what they're doing or who they're playing against. These guys have kind of broken and burst onto the scene as you know, one of the top dogs, I would say. You know, qualified already, I believe, into the playoff stages of CCT EU1, beating 9, beating Iberian Soul, and also having a forfeit win in there as well. They were second, I believe, in the Galaxy Battle 2025 phase 1, only losing a best of 5 to Passion UA, another Ukrainian team, of course. They went over to Sweden then in April, winning a LAN in Lund, the Level Up Lund LAN. And these guys, man, they're kind of coming out of nowhere pretty much, who were farming tournaments in kind of tier 3, just winning enough prize money to actually get up into the VRS rankings. But man, since they've come in, they have been absolutely incredible. Currently on a 4-match win streak, beating Iberian Soul and 9, as I was saying, Rush B and Sabre as well. A couple of losses in there, but you know, they've been taking down a lot of big teams. You know, Metasport, Partisan, beating Ecstatic as well. It have beaten Sangl as well in that Galaxy Battle phase 1 that I was talking about. Beat them 2-0 last time these two did face off. You know, there's a win over Nip in there as well a couple of weeks ago. These guys are for real, man. And I'm really excited to watch them, because I don't believe I've got the chance to cover them. I don't believe I've got the chance to cast them. Not in a while. Or I've maybe done a couple of players here and there, but you know, one thing that I have to say is these are the two guys that you're going to have to watch out for, and that's the entries of both of these teams. Karen, it is absolutely insane the amount of impact that this guy's had. You know, he's sitting on a 1.24 rating. I'm pretty sure his impact is like 1.28 or something like that. You know, if he's getting kills, they are pretty much winning the round. Karen has been just in absolutely insane form, and not only that, you know, you have the likes of Dolby behind him and Fillarex, who are, you know, putting up some impressive ratings too. On the other side, Beanox, for me anyway, is the guy that you need to watch out for on this Sangl team. You know, there's an honorable mention definitely for Danis, their opper. I think he can do big things for the team. And then Blitz, you know, I think Blitz has been knocking around a lot of EU projects, so he has a wealth of experience to him. And I think, you know, in these tough games, especially in some, I would say maybe not so seasoned opponents, Blitz's experience, and then again Mass's experience as a caller as well could come into effect and could be just really nice, and be a real key piece of the puzzle for Sangl if they were to take down TNL in this game today. But it is a pretty similar story to what we kind of had in our opening game, in the fact that instead of Perplexity, we've got Sangl, who are the underdogs. TNL are the favorites. Are we going to see another upset? I'm not sure. Are we going to be upset about the maps that we're going to see? Definitely not, because we've got a fresh roll into this one. No Inferno, no Ancient. They are the first two that have been banned on out. Inferno, no surprise, TNL always do remove it. And Sangl, when they're given the opportunity, they like to remove Ancient, which, funny enough, is TNL's best map. So there's going to be no issues with that whatsoever. TNL still have a very solid pick in terms of Nuke, although Sangl did beat 500 on it a couple of days ago. That was the first map that they won in that game versus 500 in their opening match of the Compass Contenders. So Nuke, I'm not so sure. Sangl starting off on that CT side, they maybe might pull off a little bit of an upset there. As for Anubis, Sangl, they have not really been performing on it all that much, and neither have TNL, but still trying to play to your strengths and pick to your strengths. Maybe Dust 2 was an option for Sangl, but maybe not feeling so hot and so confident on that one. TNL decided to get rid of it in phase 2 of the bans, Train being removed as well, and Mirage being left over as a decider, which actually was one of the maps that was played the last time these two faced off. It was actually nearly a month ago, nearly perfectly 30 days ago, and Mirage was taken by TNL in a 13-10 fashion. So pretty close game, I would say, as we get down to a decider. Do I think that we are going to get there? I think it's going to be tough, man. I think it's going to be very tough for the likes of Sangl. I think TNL should be a better team, but from what I saw when Sangl were able to play 500, I think they can maybe put it up to them. I think a fresh start is going to be so important for TNL, and for Sangl, what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm a little bit thrown off there, because I believe on the graphic it said Sangl have decided to start on the T side, and they have done so. Now, it's not so often that you do see that. Usually always at CT side, right? The only time and only map a team would pick T side on is Anubis. So this is a little bit worrisome for me. I don't really know if I'm a fan of this, straying away from the norm. I will say, of course, it's not like we're, a couple of years back and it's insanely CT-sided anymore. But still, there's just some things that, don't go wrong. And Nuke is one of those maps that if you just can't get going on your T side, I mean, you're done. You're absolutely done. Anyway, map 1 underway. Sangl gonna get the ball rolling. Maybe it's gonna be a masterclass. Who knows? As we've got a very slow pistol to kick things off. Definitely not as fast as the pistol we've seen in our opening game, where 5 players rush through aim in, but this one is going to be one that Sangl want to take their time with. They have a couple of pieces of util, smoke and a flash. Smoke is going to be deployed by Mast towards top lane. As Danist, he's searching with that P250, trying to get something done, and it is actually Karen that is going to be taken down, but traded right back. Fiddlerex getting aggressive with those Julies in towards the hut. He's already claimed one, wants a little bit more, but that was ill-advised. They were going for a little bit of a crunch with the Ram player too, and Onyx actually does come away with a kill. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get over-invested into a fight, because something like that could happen, and all of a sudden, it's Nife that is solo. 1 versus 3. And Sangl, 25 seconds is not a lot of time, especially with the bomb in towards the lobby. And Beanox has to try and make his way through the hut. Nife could just gobble up this kill, and he can just get away here. He could just buy as much time as possible. This one simply could just fall apart here for Sangl. It's a little bit of a mess, but Nife will get the 1 versus 3 pulled off. 8 HP, and it's more than enough to get TNL on the board. Pistols only first angle here. Couple of deagles. 3 Glocks. Angle. Looking to get fortunate. Karen needs to be very careful. He's going to be able to gather up 1 kill, and a little bit of assistance means that that is a clean T&L round. As to be expected. Would like maybe a couple of kills out there for the Sangha side, but that doesn't happen. With guns up, what are Sangha going to try and do? Is it going to be letting Beanox go explore towards outside? Is he going to have a little bit of assistance behind him? Looks like that is going to be the case. Karen being somewhat cautious. Nades open the smoke, covers nothing, and instead he's already rotated down towards this B bomb site. An early rotate down to gather that information. Jump spot is absolutely perfect to do so. Has the molly. Problem is he going to use that molly all the way up, or is he going to go and molly towards double? Now, they are boosting on the first corner for double. Are they going to boost for the second one? Yes, they are. This is where Beanox could be able to find the kill, and Karen is just going to molly his push to make sure that he's going to be alright. 40 seconds. Tango spotted down towards B, pulls another rotation down. Onic with an XM. Tango. I'll try and push out this single door, and they have done so. Karen going down is a problem right now. Onic, he's got 3 angles to account for. Hasn't heard the glass break, has only heard that single door open. Double door opens now as well. Dan is just playing very patient as Sangle poke and prod on that B bomb site. They claim 2 kills, and that's going to be the round. TNL are not going to attempt this one. Just going to be the save. That is just a well-worked round from the T's all in all there. Another kill added to the tally. And another weapon that is not going to be brought forward for TNL. Dave's going to be okay. He'll bring, 2 rifles forward. You can drop over 2. Util is going to be a little bit of an issue. But a well-worked round, really, there. Karen sticking around in towards Singo. Sango just being very slow on the approach, walking him down, and then just the patient play there, not to just go swinging onto a bomb site, knowing that, all right, they've got the information. Surely there has to be a second player down here. They slowly find him. Make Onic feel pressured into going for a play. But unless he was super fortunate, it was never really going to work out. Now, fall short in that round. Hoping not to make a habit out of it. Beanox taking a lot of space towards outside. They're going to try and get him down secret. Double setup already down though. Onic and Karen are going to be playing a little bit more aggressive. Onic is just waiting on a pixel. Karen has a smoke to try and block off as well. Onic's just going to throw that HE. That's going to be more than enough to deter Beanox. The flash in, and Onic is going to stay on the angle. So he knows that there's nobody gone down just yet. That could put the A players on high alert if there is any. And that's going to pull a rotate of Flarex up towards that A bomb site. But Dolby going down is a big problem. Beanox able to gather up that kill. And everything's going right for Sangle once again. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see TNL call a save here. 3 versus 5, yeah, there's a couple of pieces of damage, but I think you just need to get away with your life in this scenario. Yeah, they call it off again. 2 kills for Sangl is more than enough to get 2 rounds. And you can see how dynamic Sangl are in that call there. Yes, they had Beanox down that was applying a little bit of the pressure, but even when Beanox was kind of forced away by the util, by the HE, by the flashbang, they were ready. Beanox flashed from ass to go in towards main. They were getting ready. They were getting set up for that A play. That's all that they were really trying to do. And TNL really kind of bit down on the information that they got in the last round, that, you know, that Sangl might try and go for that once again to get a couple of players down secret without us knowing, try and force their way onto the B bomb site once more. But Sangl have a really good call made on that adjustment. Already we're seeing that kind of battle of the minds right now. Between Mast and Nick. Mast with a wealth of experience behind him. Onic, the lesser tested of the two. The more prolific this year. Inside smoke's thrown once again. Sangl, this time not going to use them. Might try and walk through these smokes to maybe go for a little bit of a wrap, or maybe might try and put the smokes down once again of the diagonals to try and cross. Looks like it is going to be the wrapping. Mast able to find at least a kill. Dowie trading one right back, though, is going to be a little bit awkward now for Sangl, because they've lost really the brunt of their hit that we're going to swing around in towards the Hell Heaven area. Mast is very low, so he can't really feel confident in any fights that he wants to go for. And he's slowly creeping his way up towards Heaven. Nefa's actually pushed through the door. Leg spotted. Mary doesn't know this. Nefa's just going to hold him. They know that he's locked in this position, which is a big problem. And because you're not seeing really any action anywhere, waiting to see where the reaction is going to be. You're looking to try and see if somebody's walking on you towards Heaven. You know the T's are waiting for something. They were waiting for Mast to get a chance, and he got it. But now, still, it is all falling apart here for Sangl. Bomb dropped in towards main. Mast was in Heaven. They know about him, and he's got 20 seconds to try and get the bomb back. But all of a sudden, Nefa goes wandering out the hut, and Mast gets a freebie. Completely overlooked that as a possibility, and now Mast just needs to find one headshot, trying to get all the way across. Not going to reface us now. AK acquired. Mast is going to punch the numbers in on the bomb, and it's not planted towards the back of the site, instead planted towards Tetris, but Cairn will get it done. Mast did not have the time to mess around there to try and get that bomb plant, but TNL, they give him opportunities to win that clutch. Aggression in towards the door. Mary instantly shuts that down. Dowie down, Nefa down, Philorax follows suit, and Sangl is a clean round. Cairn is going to be a dead man too, surely. Nope. It was a little bit of a late lobby crunch. If they push to have the bomb here, they don't quite realise it, and they won't realise it at all, because Sangl will just take out the 2 remaining players with ease. One of the easiest T rounds I've seen, and, you know, I was questioning the decision for Sangl to start out on this T side, but I mean, it's not going too bad. 3-3, can't really have any issues with that. No money on the CT side here. You know, you're probably talking 4 or 5 rounds, the guts of it anyway. Pretty early on. opening for Sangal. Fiddlerax was on that scout and gets it laid out. They're going to be boosted in towards heaven from the bomb site. Problem is, I think Master's going to get there just a little bit quicker. Unless he slows down. If he slows down, this is where it could get a little bit hairy. I mean, he's got Blitz for backup. He's got Beanox in towards Garage. If the Heaven player decides to peek extremely wide, we've got a problem. There's Karen down. So that threat neutralized for the moment. So he's going to walk in a little bit closer. He was also positioned in towards the Heaven, but Dangle just doing a really good job of freezing and waiting for TNL to react. You've got 40 seconds. Sangal can eventually just make their way in towards the say bomb site, and again, it's just going to come down to you just trade out the positions. You just make sure that Nefe doesn't go huge in towards the hut once again. Doesn't have 2 pistols, just the 1, but it's probably one of the most powerful in the game. He's lost all his teammates. He's going to have no support, and it's a blitz ace in that round. Sangal will, for the first time in this series, take the lead. An eco round for Sangal to get over the line really here, and yeah, although Nuke hasn't been a fantastic map for Sangal, we're talking about, you know, a team that their last couple of games have performed decently. I mean, beat 500 13-11, lost to Ruby before that 8-13, beat Ents 13-11, Ekla a close game, lost 16-14, then 13-7 wins over Rushby and Alliance. So you're talking some pretty solid opposition. Tangle have been at least putting up a fight every single time. It's not like they're just getting completely and utterly bamboozled on this map. Like, there's been some close instances, and they have actually bounced back from, you know, before that, before those games that I mentioned, they were on a 5-loss streak. So again, to a lot of tough opponents, but it seems like they've kind of got something right. They've kind of figured something out that works. Maybe it is picking the T side to start off when you pick it in. Maybe it is. Player X, it's an opener. It's an early entry onto Beanox, who is the space occupier, the space creator towards outside. Down this early in the round could be a problem for Sangal. That means Mass is going to have to take the reins and apply a lot more of the pressure. And it looked like they were going to get set up for a pretty similar round that we seen earlier on, where Beanox was going to get in towards Secret. They were going to flash in towards Main and split A off it. Instead, now they're going to be made work for this. Mari is actually down the vent. This is where information is key for the CTs. And they should know that there is a possibility that he is down. I'm not sure if they got a sound cue or anything like that. If they didn't, if it's been all quiet, if it's been all silent, they should just know that there is no timing for you to rotate down the vent here. And Tangle making the correct call to join up with Mari. They're just going to tell him, all right, you just go hold the vent. Make sure that they can't rotate down. That is your job right now. We're going to be making our way down towards B. Going to be cutting it a little bit close, especially if there's somebody already below deck. But there isn't. Mast being asked for the bomb here. You've got a lot of util to block off towards the ramp. You can even, you know, molly off the vent here if all 3 of you want to go out and clear this site. Creeping down Secret though. Look at this timing. This is lovely. This is absolutely lovely right now. He might have just given himself away, did he? Karen, no, walking silently, making his way down, masked with the bomb, and Karen has just made the play at the perfect time. Didn't see anything towards the outside, was wondering what's going on. They are so quiet. Nothing is happening over towards A. And that's a little bit of the problem there. Sangal were just a little bit too slow. The TNL were wondering, what the hell is up here? Tech pause here as we are waiting for it to slowly, well, not slowly, rather quickly, sort itself out. That's TNL. Their mapping so far, not gone perfect. Thank God I've had some really good ideas and the way that they want to play things. They've also made a couple of mistakes in there that have kind of given TNL, you know, a couple of chances to just stick in this game. I would say Dangle have had the better ideas in terms of, you know, they have been playing just that little bit better, but it's still a very closely contested game. What's interesting is Danis is, you know, having a lot of impact on the T side, which is kind of rare for an Opera on Nuke. Usually, obviously, it's the CT side that you see them kind of flourish a little bit, but he's still getting his impact. He's still getting the kills. As for the Opera on the other side, FlareX hasn't really done all that much. He's not really performed when they've needed him. It's been Cairn, Nife with that 1 versus 3 in the pistol. And as for Dawi, we haven't really seen much. He's usually kind of that second man for behind Cairn that can do the business. But hasn't really had a lot of opportunities presented to himself. Hopefully, we will be going back live as soon as we possibly can. For a lot of people that are maybe unfamiliar with TNL, of course, this is the lineup. Their coach, JR, if a lot of people remember him, was part of that Vegas Squadron team that made the Boston Major in 2018. JR, Mir, Chopper, Kishatter, and Hutchie. And also, their CEO was also a coach before this, and who coached that Passion UA team that made it all the way to the major. Took a step down from that because he's the CEO now of TNL. Trusts in this project, and I mean, I can see exactly why. Making all the right moves at the moment, and it just kind of goes to show that, you know, I mean, Ukraine is a scene that is just absolutely just brimming with talent from absolutely everything. You know, you've seen obviously that Passion UA story was a fantastic one last year, making it all the way. You have as well a team like Eight making the major this time around. You know, another full Ukrainian lineup. Now TNL breaking into that kind of VRS ranking, breaking into this kind of circuit and turning a lot of heads, taking a lot of names and winning a good few events too. I mean, the future is looking very bright for the Ukrainian side of Counter Strike. On the other side, you've got a Sangal team who obviously had to take a step back, after the core of Youngstar, LNZ, and XFloud made their way over to Heroic. It's a little bit disappointing for them for certain. You're losing that core. You were losing Jota as well, going to Eternal Fire, now Aurora, and they had to kind of mess around with a couple of rosters and try and find something that works. Of course, the only real player that, well, we don't have a player that kind of stayed from that old Sangal core, but you've got Jumpy that has been with the project for quite some time now, the coach, and he stayed after the core originally left. Now this permitted core has kind of come in, and they've really been looking to just make a name for themselves, kind of in this circuit, which is a lot harder to do now. Obviously, the VRS ranking, the system at the minute, it's so important for you to actually be up there, and it's so important that cores kind of stick together after making that. You almost kind of feels like you're kind of locked into kind of sticking around. I think this move for that old permit core kind of does make the most sense, though. I think this team does have a decent skill ceiling to it. Will it probably reach the heights that the old Sangha lineup was able to achieve back with LNZ at the helm? I'm not sure. I don't really think so, but I'd love to be proved wrong with this team. I still think the opportunities are going to be there for this Sangha side, and I think it is just going to come down to if they can kind of work out a couple of problems that they have early on, a couple of teething issues. I think this Sangha team could perform to a pretty high level, but this is a really tough test for TNL or for Sangha. A TNL side like that have been just absolutely blowing everybody out of the water, bar a couple of teams at the top. Usually, actually, they lose against some Ukrainian teams. Other than that, though, I mean, very few blemishes on their record. It's pretty much a sea of green. And as for Sangal, losing out to Sinners, I believe yesterday or the day before that, losing to 500, beating Ruby, losing to Fatbet as well. But yeah, Sangal looking to try and get it done in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're going to a little bit of a break. So we are waiting for everything to be fixed. We hope that it is going to be fixed pretty soon. But until then, unfortunately, we're going to have to wait a little minute. I hope to be back with you guys soon and we can get going with our second game of the day.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Give me 2 seconds. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally live. Issue sorted out, I hope. And we can get back underway with this matchup. Amcal lost that previous round. TNL were able to get that one over the line, and Amcal going back to their trusty outside approach. 3 players towards outside. Beanox going to be leading the charge there. Cairn, I believe. Oh, it's Flerex starting down Secret with that op. And he's already picked off Mast, which is a big find for him. Doesn't need to kind of stick around now towards Secret. He can actually just back up. Mary going to get down the vent as well. And Flerex doesn't know this. This is going to be a little bit dangerous for him to kind of stick around towards Secret. He'll turn around and have a look at least. Need a big find though. And Flerex is very aware of the chances and the possibilities of where the player could be. Beanox will at least get one back, but a 2v4 is going to be very difficult to recover. Blitz, he's the man with the bomb, and he's carrying the weight of the world right now. Cairn, I think he's found a timing. This is perfect for him. The swing out, he got a glimpse of Blitz, able to take him down, and Cairn just kind of try and lock in Beanox if he can. Oh, fantastic reaction from Beanox, and he is still such a threat in this situation, but Onic will get that one home and dry for TNL as they level things up after a prolonged break. Again, another buy coming out here from Amcal. Still a hefty amount of damage done in that round, but it's not really anything that Amcal can really capitalize off all that much. Getting set up for maybe an A play here, as it is heavy lobby presence from the T's. Util being thrown in. Well-timed Molotov in towards the hut, though, is going to delay any pop right now. Smoke needs to be put down. Beanox has already beaten it though, but he's going to beat him to the punch and spray down 3. No success in towards this A bomb site, even though Mari will claim 1, and Mast is just trapped. He cannot get out onto the site. Bomb dropped in the middle. That is an excellent hold from TNL. Ready for everything that Amcal were throwing at them in that. Bit of an in-play. Mast needs to be very careful with a spray like that. Gets stuck on his retreat, and TNL will make it yet another round for them. 5-3 flipping to a 6-5 lead now for TNL. As Amcal coming up short the last couple. They'll have money to invest into the final round of the half. 5 rounds, it's okay on the T side for Amcal, I would say. CT side just needs to be very strong from them, and if they can get 6, I mean, it'll be happy days. Flerex, what a wonderful flick to spot out Mast, and taking out Mast is a little bit of a problem for Amcal, because Beanox wasn't there. He's usually the outside player, so your read can actually be made here for TNL. That it is going to be either A or ramp. Dennis peeking towards the red box, and Onic going down here, traded right on back. Flerex trying to maybe get something more done, but mollied off towards hell. He cannot face any further. So you've lost that ramp control, you've lost all that information, and Amcal are just poking and prodding right now. Cairn is the only man above deck right now. He's the only man on that A bomb, so he's going to fall to Beanox, and Amcal making a really good call to actually double back on that one. TNL, they bite down hard on that lack of information, committing towards B. No commitment from Amcal at all. TNL, a 3v4 retake on this A bomb site is going to be difficult to do, and everybody coming from main right now. Little pieces of util, a smoke that can go in towards the door. You've got a couple of flashes, but it is pretty much a one-pronged retake, and there's a lot of angles that you need to be very cautious of. Nife, though, how about that? He just opens it up with 2, and now Mary definitely feeling the weight of this situation. Nife is just killing absolutely everybody. Dowie will have to get the last, but it is going to be another TNL round. A great retake, even though Sangel make a perfect call to go back towards that A bomb site. It is TNL that just do not look flustered. They take their time, and they get all the pieces of util down that they needed to. But Nife, that is just fantastic from him. It's another very impactful 3K. Beanox, the first man to peak, and you can just see, just so crisp, so pristine there from the Ukrainian side. And that is very hard to argue with, of how good of a round that was for TNL. 7-5 is it's an okay CT side. They maybe would have wanted a couple of rounds more, but not going to be able to get it. Pistol would mean that TNL should kind of propel themselves into a further advantage of 4 or maybe even 5 rounds before we see the guns out. Now, Mass has bought a Zeus, which always is going to intrigue me. Where's he going to go with this? That's what I want to know. Where is Mass going to get off to? Close hut, maybe? Actually, just going to position on the back of the bomb site. Blitz over towards the ramp. Doesn't have a quick rotation to him. That's a problem. In the meantime, though, you've got Lyrax that is... He's not felt any pressure towards outside. He's walked all the way down secret. Going to be clearing out the vent. Doesn't see anything. He can hold that rotation if he wants. He can go and search towards that B bomb site. And actually, what he might be able to do is open up the doors on the timing, and Blitz isn't going to see this coming. They've opened the door at the same time, so there wasn't really a sound cue. Blitz now going to turn around and at least have a look. They were kind of aware, but still, it doesn't really work out. Rotations down the vent can still happen, though. Dowie, great shots onto Mari, and it's just falling apart here for Sangel. They're just getting out-aimed by the Glocks and ran down, and eventually the P250 is going to get in on the action. Danis, 1 versus 5 required from him, and that is a very tall order of the Russian Opera. Surely there's just not a lot he can do in this situation, and this pistol so important for the likes of TNL. They want to get their map pick over the line, and we shouldn't see an investment from Sangel coming up in round 2 of this second half. Just a nice idea there, and a lot of space being given really to that P250 that was searching outside, and they were going to play and react off him, whatever he could gather, but Lyrax could just get all the way down secret for free. And even though Blitz was kind of aware, you could see how problematic it became. The fact that everybody else was kind of committed onto the bomb site. There was no fast rotation towards the ramp player, so he was just left high and dry. And actually, we are going to see that investment from Sangel. Banis went down, I believe, as well, so he not even able to save his armor. But still, you're going to go for the investment. And is it going to be a little bit of a delayed lobby crunch? That's what it looks like. You've got Mass with a flashbang. I believe he was maybe waiting to see if that door was going to be opened up. And TNL are very aware that this is a possibility, especially when you kind of feel that pressure in towards the lobby. Dowie behind that smoke. Oh, good for only 1. Beanox will actually take him down. So a 3 versus 3, an AK acquired for one of the Polish players. Now, you're kind of in a weird situation right now if you're on the T side, because you don't really have a lot of space. You don't know if lobbying has been cleared. You see 2 players peeking up from secret, though, and now you know that you've got a chance to just explode towards A. But still, it's a 2v3. You're at a man disadvantage right now, and Sangha might actually make this one work, especially with a failed molly towards heaven. On it, he's going to go down here. Miss Molotov, and that's the round. Missed piece of util is going to cost you what could have been a very strong post plant. And Sangha making the correct decision, going for that force buy. I was saying that, you know, they probably won't go for it. They probably will just, you know, save. But instead, they buy everything. It works out. And that stops TNL right in their tracks. Just means that Sangha are going to stay very close to them. They're going to get a whole lot closer as well, unless Flarex gets some assistance in terms of the weaponry purchased in this next round. And it's a double eco, so we should probably see a force behind this Galil. That little double push up secret was just a lot of information, but you're just seeing it again there. Beanox being allowed that space to peek out from heaven because of that failed Molotov, and you miss the Molotov, you give up the hold onto the planter. You can't just go out and focus on the heaven player. You're worried about the ramp position, maybe somebody walking. You only had info on 2 players, not the third. Beanox was just in the right place at the right time there. Could be in a decent position as well here. That's a double nail open. The smoke's towards outside. Hopefully Rex going to play in front of that smoke. This could get awkward here. And eventually the Galil is going to make its way down secret with the rest of them. Steps are going to be heard here from Beanox though, and he has a nice timing to walk behind them. You should be aware of this though, if you're TNL, that this is a possibility. If you've made the steps, you don't want to get caught in the back, so you want to go quickly out towards this B-bomb site where Blitz is ready and waiting, rotated already down the ramp, and he's good for 2, and that might be good enough for the round here, because there's only Karen down on this B-bomb site, and you have to flush out of this position. He's already been spotted, and Beanox will capitalize on that timing. He was able to gather towards outside. If they're spotted towards the door, that is a pretty clean round from Sangal. 1 casualty is absolutely perfect, and TNL now sacrificed a big lead that they had, all because they get that second round wrong. It's a big swing round for Sangal to get them back into this game. Couple of Glocks trying to run down the rifles, see if you can get anything done, but this round is pretty much a gimme for Sangal, which should see us leveled up at 8 apiece. And it will do exactly that. Everybody says live money being farmed up on the CT side too. Sangal are in an optimal position to maybe snatch away the nuke of TNL. But it could all be worth nothing. I mean, you've won the swing round to get you back into the game. You still need to win this gun round. Sangal, as I was saying, last time out they played 500 on this map, and it was a 13-11. It was a very close game, and Sangal just about got it done. Beanox. Aggression is lovely. He actually caught a glimpse of Karen there, I believe, and Karen spotted him towards back red. That's why you can see how patient he is. He's going to molly off that position. Beanox, though, he's long gone. Karen knows that there's only a couple and a handful of places he could have gotten off to. Karen is now going to be finding the timing to walk in through the garage. Danis is not going to be aware of this. He's dead. Karen making it work towards outside, and still quite unaware where Beanox has kind of gotten off to, who makes his way up secret, should be in a position to be traded out though. Flarex should be able to collect this kill. Beanox might not be expecting this, and he knows he's towards back red. Lovely time flashbang though, and Beanox can be able to get away. That just grants his safety, and that's more than enough in this situation to make Sangal feel at least a little bit more comfortable. But Nife has just found the timing to get up in towards heaven, and again Nife finding these multi-kills, 1, 2 and 3, and TNL strike Sangal down, who worked hard to get back into this game. But Felt like they needed this gun round. Doesn't seem like they're going to get it, and they won't. TNL back into the lead, and luckily for a Sangal, you're looking at their bank accounts and you're saying, all right, look, they've got enough stored away in the rainy day fund that at least they won't have lost too much, and they can still kind of put it up to TNL. But eventually that money well is going to dry up, especially when you're making some heavy investments like the AWP onto Danist. TNL, no, they are close. Very close to maybe getting their map pick into their back pockets before we head over onto an Anubis. Outside presence being shown here a little bit by Karen, but elsewhere, I mean, it's the double entry. And make that 3. Karen is even going to take down Beanox. They love walking through that second smoke towards outside. Danis and Mari now really with it all to do. There's a lot of players in towards the lobby. This is where it gets a little bit awkward because you can't really cross safely over towards the ramp if you wanted to go with Dowie. That was the only known entity. Mari's going to try and run down Fleerax. That's not going to happen. Danis, too many bodies to worry about on that A bomb site. The flick, the connection, not going to be there, not going to be enough. And now this is where Sangal are going to be brought into that economic trouble. This is where they're being dragged into the deep water. And TNL making sure that they just do not make a mistake in the rounds that they need to win. And Sangal getting Jumpy in on the action, letting Jumpy talk things over to see, all right, if we're going to go for this investment in this round, how are we going to make it work? But it just seems like Master's going to make a hero play. He's the only man that's purchased up. It could be a half buy from the rest of them. You need to hope that this hero rifle is going to be at least recycled, or Mast does enough to make the pistol's job that little bit easier. It's a nice position for Mast to get himself in. Boosted up over credit. That's an easy kill to gather. The Mast, sticking around towards main. Needs to be careful on the spam. Onyx is actually going to run through those smokes. And Mast taking a hefty HE grenade as he's being asked to reposition. And this is what you need to do when you've got a hero rifle in a round like this. You need to be as proactive as possible. Danis is going to acquire a rifle of his own, but not going to be able to do all that much with it. But still, I mean, you're losing players left and right if you're TNL. You're cut down to just 2. A mass position, the reposition towards heaven could be everything right now, but he's been instantly spotted out and not being able to gather all that much from. They know Beanox is playing under him. They know Beanox is somewhere around in that position. They just need the info on the other player, though. They need the info on Mari to feel comfortable. And this is not a scenario that you feel confident at all if you're TNL. You've got your leader on it, well, at least to maybe try and steady the ship and steer clear of these troubled waters that you find yourself in. Mari, just a well-timed smoke, and you cannot wait around for this if you're TNL. This is something that you're just going to have to go through. Flash is going to be really good. Mari tries to find an escape route through that smoke, but no safe passage granted, and instead TNL will somehow get down towards this B bomb site to try and make it work. Mast back turned. Onyx is going to get an easy find, and Beanox is not even going to attempt it. That AK is worth its weight in gold in the next round. But you do stress TNL out there massively with 1 hero rifle and the rest on pistols. You make that way more competitive than it should have been. But still, that situation that you see TNL in, even when they look a little bit flustered, they're able to get it done. They're able to get it over the line. And sometimes that's the difference in these games. It's just winning those rounds, high stress moments. Yeah, okay, look, it costs you way more than you would have liked. It means that, you know, you've got a reset potential. Maybe in a round or two. But it's just about winning the rounds. They don't have to be clean at this stage. As long as you keep winning them, you're going to be happy. And TNL only need 2 more. That's what they're calling their last tactical timeout right now. Discuss how they want to approach it. How do they think they can get the better of Sangal once more? Outside has been kind of fruitful. It's been, actually a position that they've managed to find a couple of openings. But Sangal, they could just as easy call an adjustment in this round. Just as easy have Beanox go aggressive. And he was thinking about it a little bit. You're still going to be throwing Molly towards top hut, just to worry Sangal maybe about an early A hit. Doesn't happen. Beanox needs to just seek refuge in towards the left side of credit and hope he isn't going to be sprayed down. And for Sangal here, this is still not a perfect scenario. It's still a round that you just don't have the info. You don't know where TNL are off to. You haven't seen anything towards outside if you're Beanox, really, bar that original player. So you have to be worried about A. You have to have Blitz on high alert towards ramp. 40 seconds for TNL to really make something happen. And it looks like it could be an A player with a split through main. With Cairn maybe coming his way through late. Mast in this position towards Hut though. He's going to be a big difference maker, especially if he gets more than just a 1, but it is just a 1. Onyx now needs to try and stay alive. Only player on the site is going to be Mari. He's had a poor game so far, and he gets put out of his misery on the site. Double swing in towards Heaven, and it's Cairn with another double. Danis started all the way down B, started down secret. From the very early instances of the round, and there's no way the Opera is going to pull off this 1 versus 3. Sat in the vent, no kit, and sadly for Sangal, without a hope. He needs to hope that he can save this AWP. He's just buying his time. Now they know where he is. Now they know that he's saving. And they're not even going to peek him. They know they're happy enough with the information that there is an op in that final round. What could possibly be the final round if TNL are successful. And as for the rest of Sangal, money is in the absolute bin. Already an opening, already aggression. It's a quick turn of pace, and Onyx, it's a double entry from the IGL to get out onto this A bomb site. Sangal, we're not expecting this. It's been a slow, methodical game from TNL on this T side nearly every single round. This time they turn up the pace. The tempo switches completely. But nothing switches about what way this map is going. It has been going all TNL's way in this second half. And again, it looks like it might be the same, and it will. TNL will not fall short on their map pick. 13-8 victory on Nuke. And Sangal stumped a little bit on that CT side. Only able to pick up a handful. We see a replay of it here. Onyx with this double entry, and it's just a really good call. It's something that you're not expecting if you're Sangal, just because of how slow-paced the game had been from the very beginning. And Sangal, unfortunately, are going to fall short. And they need to hope that their Anubis is going to be that little bit better, because Nuke was always going to be a tough one. TNL have looked like a team just on another level on that map in recent history. I thought Sangul were going to be maybe able to put it up to them just that little bit more, but unfortunately it does not work out. And instead now Sangul, all their hopes and dreams of staying alive in this series is going to land on an Anubis that has not been perfect for this roster over the last couple of months. Maybe a punishment pick, as TNL have not been really performing all that well on themselves in recent history as well. But the thing is, choice of sides, a hot start for TNL could mean Sangul are in big trouble. We're going to send this one into a short little bit of a break, but we'll be right back in about 10 minutes time. You do not want to miss map number 2. Could be the final game of the series as we're looking to round off Group A here at the Play-ins. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're looking forward to our map number 2 of game 2 here of Group A. It is, of course, the opening day, so we'll be going through all of these opening matchups of Group A and Group B. Group B is going to be coming up a little bit later on, but still focusing on this one, Sangal versus TNL. TNL with a really good recovery. Sangal, we're putting it up to them on that nuke. It was a very close game. I believe it was 8-8 at one stage, and then all of a sudden TNL just kicked on and closed out their map pick. But now going over onto an Anubis. Sangal, it hasn't really been the best of maps for them, to be honest. They've lost their last 2 outings on it to 500 and Favbet, and they have been pretty hit or miss on it. As for TNL, it's never really been one of their strong suits. It's not really one of the maps that they do play an awful lot. I mean, they play it a little bit, but it's usually never a map that they pick into. It's kind of a map that they leave open and is kind of picked against them or left as a decider. And they are hoping that they can have a better day on it now here today. I think, you know, the way that they have been playing, definitely, you know, with some of the kills that they were able to get, Nife and Dowie were performing. Karen had some magic in him as well. TNL are going to be a very tough side to beat, especially if they want to start out on that T side. I believe they did pick that T side to begin with to start off this Anubis, because when they can kind of play their own game and they can kind of set and dictate the pace, I think it just suits this TNL team down to the ground, especially with, you know, a T-sided map. I think they should probably, you know, prevail when we do get into an Anubis, and we're not going to be waiting too much longer either, as we're going to be jumping into the action straight away. I just think that this map suits them a little bit, even though maybe the results don't really kind of reflect that. I think TNL should be able to take down Sangal on this one, but Sangal are a team that always come into games heavily prepared, so we will see if they are indeed going to be able to stop TNL on this, force a decider of Raj, but it is definitely not going to be an easy task. Mid stack from the CTs waiting for a flash play to maybe make their way in. Luckily for them, even though it doesn't really look like it's going to work out over towards mid, you've got 3 players that can be very quick in the rotations over towards A should they need to be. Mari just needs to try and play his life in this position, and actually he's going to get no assistance whatsoever. They're going to have to wait out that camera smoke, as Mari needs to be so cautious. He's hearing a lot of steps around him, and he is actually going to be ran down by 3 players. Somehow gets out unscathed, but you need to make sure you don't overcommit into these fights. If you're the T's, you're still facing, you're still fighting, and now you're kind of caught in no man's land where you want to go back but you can't because you're being ran down by so many Sangal players on a dime. Onyx is going to turn to find that headshot, and Mast and Beanox are going to try and get this one back for Sangal, looking to pick up this pistol if they can. TNL have won every single pistol so far, and Onyx is just playing his life to perfection and picking them off one by one. Bomb is only going to be tapped. Nife is going to be able to catch Beanox as he tries to pincer in on the IGL of TNL, and it is another successful pistol round for the Ukrainian side. Don't get confused. TNL 1-0 up, although the HUD would lead you otherwise. We will get that flip as soon as we can. TNL on this T side, 1-0, looking to go 2-0, but up against a buy from Sangal. I said it's a buy. It's a force. It's not a perfectly ideal round for them. Onyx has found a knife onto Mari. He's found the timing in through mid. I missed that completely. I was too focused on the HUD. But Onyx has just walked all the way through mid, knife Mari, and if things weren't already going a bit sad for Mari, he gets down knife in the back. That's going to do absolutely nothing for your confidence, man. He could not just get anything going in that first map. And that just really kind of adds insult to injury. When it rains, it definitely does pour. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, production. As we'll see TNL now jump up to 2 on this T side. I mean, it's not a terrible save if we're talking about Sangal. It's not obviously ideal. You would have wanted to at least be a little bit more competitive in a round like that, but you lose 2 players, you save 3, you weren't going to be able to buy in this next round. At least you're going to have something to kind of play around with. We'll see now. Can Sangal produce some force by magic with only 3 forced up players? A couple of bits of util in there. Flashes to maybe cause some chaos. TNL have been hitting A quite heavy in these pistol and anti-rounds, and Onyx is just going to be hitting middle very hard. Mast needs to be so cautious. He's dead, surely. Yeah, Nade is going to do a lot of damage, and Onyx is just going to finish him off. Another kill for Onyx if he can get it, but Beanox will breathe a little bit of life into this round. I say that. It is a fainting heartbeat right now, as the trade should just be imminent, and it should be another round imminent for TNL. Not really the weapon you really want to be saving if your blitz Mac 10 is not really going to do all that much for you. So probably worth, in all honesty, kind of sticking around and seeing if they're going to try and hunt you. See if somebody just kind of goes wandering into your crosshair, where you can maybe just make that extra bit of money, make it easier in terms of the purchase of the util later on. Actually, he's going to go Deagle out here long range, and X will just make light work of that one. 3-0. And the first buy for Sangal. Will it be enough to stop TNL? I have been impressed, by the way, that TNL have kind of called a couple of the rounds, not just in this map. I know it's only 3 rounds in, but I think the calling on their side, especially on Nuke, had some really good reads on situations. Good plans in place, good protocols, and good secondary options as well. Danis blinded completely, as Onyx is going to really just go wandering into the Opera's crosshair. I thought the flash would be enough to deter him. A shot in the dark pays off, a shot in the light, if you will. That Op is being very mobile right now. Danis moving, having a look over towards A main as TNL slowly encroach on this mid position. But eventually Sangal are realizing that there is a little bit of a gap that we need to be concerned about. But they're not going to go back and clear mid. Dead. Mast is going to be smoked off. Danis is going to be flashed off. Not going to be blinded though. Still though, good enough for the trade. Mast, lovely time made to expose Nife, as now Karen and FlareX need to get something done on this A-bomb site. Mari still towards the heavens right now as FlareX. He's the man with the bomb. He needs to get a little bit closer, but he needs Karen to do something. Falling is not an option. Now, there is a pathway towards this B-bomb site. He doesn't quite know it, but if he wanted to just send it that way, he could get there. And this might actually worry the CTs and send a couple of players maybe swinging into him. Instead, Sangal, they just stay put. FlareX is just going to hold on to this Op. Hopefully for the next round, Sangal might actually go running at him. It looks like he will be okay for now. And it will be an Op brought forward, but first gun round equals success for Sangal. like, unfortunately, we're going to be going into another technical pause. As soon as I get any information, I will update you as always. Hopefully, it's just something a little bit fixable, I would say. But judging by the way that we're going back to my face, that is never usually a good sign. I don't know if this is going to be a quick one, but yeah, I will let you guys know as soon as possible. TNL, I think, look, they've had a pretty good start. Sangal, that first gun round felt a little bit necessary for them to pick that one off. You know, I think Sangal, if they were unsuccessful in the first 5 or 6 rounds, it really would have been a massive uphill battle to kind of get back into this situation and get back into this scenario. But TNL, you know, they lose that round. They usually have a game plan to kind of bounce back into it. And I'm just wondering, production, are we going to be throwing this one to a break, or do we have any info? Perfect. We're going back. I'm just sorry. I'm mentally scarred. I'm mentally scarred after the couple of technical issues that we've had already today, because they have not been quick. So forgive me for that. Anyway, fingers crossed. We can continue with the smooth Counter-Strike viewing. You know, very smoothly maneuvering in through middle, might I add. Well-timed Molotov from the tees. Actually, Mass is going to get his own molly down as well. Oh, this is a nice little fake here to occupy a lot of space in towards mid. Didn't like that smoke though, and they're going to double back and try and drop in towards the water. Now surely that is going to be heard a little bit still. No idea. Mari's going to be baited in completely. That's just a perfect play there from TNL. Got a reaction. That's what we're trying to bait out of that situation. And Mari bites down. Mass tries to back away. Tries to line up a couple of them, and it does a hefty amount of damage to the second player. It's only the one kill though. 35 seconds, TNL get onto the site, and Onyx so quick, as he is on it today. He's had some monstrous moments for this TNL side, and that is another one. That is such an important kill in this round. And TNL, again, this is what we've come to expect from them. They might lose the round, but the response is unbelievable. And this was that reaction I was talking about. When they drop in towards the water, the steps are actually made in towards the connector area of B, which, you know, that late in the round usually means that, you know, there is going to be a B play happening. So you can't really fault Mari for making a play to kind of go through that smoke, especially with Mass behind him. You can understand the thought process behind it from them, but still, TNL baited them perfectly into a push play, into a reaction. Because it is not, you know, it's not an unorthodox round for TNL to kind of call, in terms of you go in towards mid, you take that control, you fake that you're going for an A split, and then everybody comes back and drops into water and commits to B, but they just added that extra layer to it that Sangles simply just were not ready for. And that is why I was saying I have been very impressed with the calling of TNL. A lot of on-the-fly adjustments. Dennis walking through middle, and he needs to be very careful, and he is just poised and ready to take him down, as the rest of his teammates are already exploding into this A bomb site. Smokes are up. Amcal are locked out. This looks like it could be another TNL round, especially with Mass taking damage. They're trying to get ahead of the play here. They're trying to rush in the planter before the bomb has even gone down just to try and see if they can cause a little bit of havoc in this bomb site on the retake, and they're picking up a couple of kills. Onyx, though, is still the man to deal with once again. He is just pirouetting left and right and hitting headshots, but now has to rely on Nife and Fleerax to get this one done. Mari, he's picked up a single kill in this round so far, but he still needs 2 more. And without a kit, without a hope, surely, as the Jiggles spot him out, Fleerax is going to be ready, and TNL will convert yet another T round. This is where the point I was making of, you know, that first gun round for Sangal was so important because they've not been able to build off it. This is where I get very, very worried. It's a good opening. They're going to boost again here, but Nife is just going to be ready for that one. Picking up the op. Wielding it as if he was a main opera rifle, though. Good enough for one. Nife with a second. And AWP just going to be chucked away as Nife has to go back and get the bomb here. But Sangal are making this one very competitive. More competitive than I thought they would. Mast is going to be a million miles away in terms of this one. Because Danis trapped in towards the jail. Nife is going to maybe walk back. Is Danis going to be exposed? No, he isn't. He's ready for Karen as Danis does swing wide, and Mast gonna have to maybe try and get a weapon here. As Nife is going to make his way back. Mast is dropped down in towards the cave. Steps being made back, but Mast, he didn't hear it. He didn't bite down on that. But you can see he's just thinking. It's very quiet. Where am I going to play? And he decides halfway in between. But if Nife is clever about this one, he should be ready to clear out this position. It is the common angle that the CT's play, and Mast gets the timing horribly wrong. Oh, Mast has made the play there into that position, but you can see Nife was just putting it together. There's only a couple of places that he could be, and probably the safest place for Mast to be was actually in that spot, halfway between both to get the information, especially because he's heard nothing over towards that B bomb site. And Mast, oh, he just gets it wrong. Because he was thinking he could walk down T stairs at any moment, and I'm a dead man. I have to turn and have a look. Unfortunately for him, that cost him his life. Six to 1. TNL looking super strong on this T side of Anubis. They are playing their own game right now. Sangal really need to try and disrupt them. Because they've been able to get a lot of information. They've been able to get a lot of map control. And they're really just been able to stretch Sangal extremely thin where they need to. And even here, I mean, they forced him away from mid with very good util. Forced Sangal into a stack on a bomb site. And instead, Nife has already just found Beanox over towards B. There's only one more player here, and Blitz is done. This round is done. Even with that frag, there's just no argument to be made in which you can go for this. So it will be the save, and it will be TNL just 7-1 up. No attempts on any of the lives of the Sangal players in the hunt. TNL are happy enough with that 7th round, and yeah, tactical timeout being called here from Sangal. But again, you're seeing TNL really just their understanding on the map and where they want to position. what pieces they want to fight for early on in the round, and also the predicting in how Sangl are going to react to things. It does help as well when, you know, your IGL, who usually isn't the star of this team, is also hitting some insane shots, because you kind of get into that flow state. You start feeling like once you're having a good game that you can make the reads, you can make the plays. We've seen it earlier with Artist on Perplexity, especially on that Inferno. He was just entering and elevating to another level. And Onyx has been doing exactly the same. Nife, though, has been helping out. He's definitely one of the players that we can't not mention. Dowie. Lovely double, and man, it's just going from bad to worse right now for Sangl. And you do feel for them, because they are just being torn limb from limb every single time. And I mean, Dowie, he's only got 3 kills. They were 2 of the sharpest that we've seen all map. And this TNL team, they can do absolutely anything. Their aim has been just so clean in a lot of instances. Mari, he's trapped. He doesn't realize it, but he's dead here. Oh, maybe not, though. He goes down. Mari might be able to find a little bit more. Molly not going to burn him. This is where it gets awkward. Nife has been hurt. Op is going to come through as well at the wrong timing. Oh, Molly spreads and Mari goes down. Danis needs to make sure he hangs on to this AWP, but he even will not. Headshot through the box. He goes down. It's another investment that you have to make. And it is now Sangl really needing to throw the kitchen sink at this one to try and get back into it. Yeah, back-to-back tactical pauses just shows you how much trouble Sangl really are in. They are feeling the weight of the world in this game, and this is just a testament to how good TNL have been over the last couple of months. TNL have been one of the best teams in the Tier 2 circuit, and you're seeing them kind of come into their own now, hold their own against some of the best teams, and not only do it online, do it on LAN as well, which, you know, playing online Counter-Strike is one thing, but being able to go to a LAN and win it, it just proves a lot of doubters and a lot of haters wrong too, which is exactly what these guys will be out to do. This TNL project is definitely one that I'm going to have a very, very close eye on for the rest of the year. And especially when we kind of factor in that in a couple more months, there will be an MRQ. And possibly TNL are going to be hoping that they're up there to qualify for and maybe get a chance to follow in the footsteps of what a couple of Ukrainian orgs have been able to do over the last few majors in qualifying. But still, that's a long way ahead. We still have to get through Dallas first. Or Austin. One or the other. I know it's in Texas. It is awesome. Yeah, what am I talking about? I am Dallas. I'd be thrown off. TNL. A minute on the clock and they explode into this bomb site. Oh, they need some success. And this is the first time Sangl are going to have bodies here, but the bodies surely are just going to litter on the bomb site right now. Trades are going to be enough to keep Sangl at least somewhat in contention, but again, it's just TNL's trades. Again, TNL are just walking their way in and just sitting Sangl down. And they're being out-aimed a lot of these situations and just outplayed as well. Bomb only tapped, not even going to be planted here. Phoenix isn't even going to challenge. He isn't going to just risk it swinging wide just yet. Still, though, you need to find the kills. And I mean, if your enemies are aiming like that, how do you even have a chance? Blitz, a 1v2, and really with it all to do, Fearex, AWP is creeping on him. And yeah, it was only a matter of time before Blitz follows suit and falls like the rest of them. 9-1. TNL are dominating. SMGs and a couple of pistols. Not the buy that you want to have at 9-1 down, and not the way you want to start it off as well. Mari falls, Danis down. Again, it's more success for the Ukrainian side. The lonely place on this A-bomb site when the util comes flying. That is a miss smoke towards heaven that Mask can maybe play around with, but doesn't really bother TNL in the slightest. It's still the exact same result, and this is looking like a clean, done and dusted game right now for TNL, who are going to be, if they close this out, moving on to face Perplexity in the winners game. And although Perplexity look good against Amcal, they are going to have their work cut out for them if they come up against this TNL side. Blitz making the scoreline look a little bit better, but here come the cavalry. Yeah, you're not getting away, unfortunately. Sangal, it feels like a necessary round, this next one, for us to even consider a comeback. I still don't see it happening. But if there was ever a map to see a 10-2 deficit overturned or an 11-1 deficit overturned, I'm going to say it's Anubis. Mask getting aggressive, but again, they're just losing the opening fight. Duel doesn't go your way. It's a good trade back. Alright, you do at least get that going your way. Mask has got a lot of control in towards the canals, but once that smoke fades, he's trapped. And he should be cleared out if TNL make their way in towards the water. The issue is, it doesn't look like they're going to make their way in towards the water. It looks like it is just going to be them making their way over towards B. So Mask kind of has to make a move here to kind of gather some little bit more of information. And you can see he's a little bit worried that it still could possibly be there. That molly coming in, B-Nox is going to be forced wide. And Blitz is low on this bomb site. Playing around the smoke, just trying to survive. He's going to be spotted trying to swing on through, and it's just TNL again having their way right now. Master Mari trying to get this done. Ash coming in, telegraph completely because Master's already up close, and Mas goes to swing and take down Cairn. That's at least a glimmer of hope. Mas making it 2. And if you want something done right, you better do it yourself. The IGL is making a case in point here for that. Very much, especially because that flashbang has forced FlareX back into Mari's crosshair. Onic, though, this IGL has delivered so many times for TNL in this map. And he's looking to do it once more. Mari, the high HP, he's tagged down low, Mask low now as well, trying to swing wide, not going to tap on the bomb, and Mari, he will hit that shot. Mask will get that defuse pulled off. Luckily, he did have a kit, so it is at least going to be 2 rounds for Sangel on this CT side. Call me a pessimist, call me glass half empty. I still don't see it being enough. And again, it's going to be a rinse and repeat of what I said on Inferno in Perplexity versus Amcal. This pistol, it's a non-negotiable for Sangel. They lose this pistol, they're cooked. They're finished. And they have to worry about Amcal tomorrow. Let's see if Amcal can get what they came for in this pistol. Love to see this one be a little bit more competitive. And well, it started off nice for Amcal. There's an opening kill. Still have all that control. It's still very, very patient in where you want to go about a couple of things. Do you want to push in towards B? Do you want to just sit and see if TNL are going to react? You're sitting and waiting for the reaction right now. There it is. A little jiggle. A little bit of info gathered. They want to fight here, TNL. Aaron still just waiting for his chance and his opportunity. And TNL are making a good read here. They're making their way over towards this air bomb site. This could be perfect. They're leaving B completely. Smoke's going to go over towards Heaven. Nefa's going to try and block it. Now he's spotted going towards the back of the bomb site, which could be a problem, especially with Mary finding the kill. Dowie trying to deny it all, and it's all down to Karen. It's about if he can find the kills. The Julie's a little bit longer range, trying to tap the heads, and he needs the headshot to land. Goes wild with the spray, but it's not going to be enough. Amcal, they take that T-pistol, and that's piqued my interest. Mid-stack. Amcal shouldn't go into this. So they should be okay. Not like there's any flashes for TNL to make it a little bit awkward. Should be Amcal just collecting 4, especially with Mast going in. He's made the call that, you know, just send me in towards A. I'll discover if it's free or not. Then we can execute and just commit with the bomb. And the pistols. Gather up and run through this smoke on a timing. See what they can find. There's a kill in there, but that is it. First going around for TNL on the CP side though. Let's see what they can do. As Amcal, oh, this is going to be a pretty fast approach in towards B. It's going to be a B split through con. TNL are going to rotate a third man on over. Oh, Dowie needs to get out of there. Oh, turns around in time to take down the main player. Past the Mari though, the double up. But Onyx is the man that you really need to deal with. He's still alive and he's still hitting heads towards the back of the bomb site. Danis gets it down into at least a 1 versus 1. But it's still such a dangerous round. And Karen, he's so quick in moving over. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't read too much into this. You move in, he'll clear the B bomb site completely. And he's going to begin to walk to A, surely. No, he sticks around. This could be perfect. Needs his gun out, and Danis, he never seen it coming. He was thinking about it, but the timing on the peak was perfect, and Karen is going to get that one done. TNL successful on their first gun round, but again, it is the hero, their captain, to work his magic once more. 3 kills from him and Danis. It's a valiant attempt in the 1 versus 3. But that third was just a little bit too much for him. And JR getting in for a little bit of a chat at 11-4, making sure that his team dot the I's, cross the T's. And that is it. Well, time nade for the first. Mass needs to be so careful. 10 HP. The double nade is more than perfect. And they're just so powerful to do that. Just a little bit later on in the round, in towards the T-steps. You know, when you've got that control, when you're not being pressured over towards mid, it is absolutely lovely. Retake. Util. Thrown towards A main here. 2 flashes going to be thrown here. One to go deep and one to go a little bit closer. And Ife still can only find one. And the problem is they lose a life elsewhere as well. Sangal have TNL exactly where they want them. And again, Sangal will call a freeze in this situation, but it's still going to be the commitment towards this bomb site. Danis, he needs to get that. And he can't do it. Low HP players. As they're actually going to make their way over towards B. Drop down in towards the water. All eyes on Onic. He only has an SMG here, but he's hearing the steps now. Hit the molly down in time. Beanox is going to have to try and run past. He was the only high HP player. And again, Onic with another multi-kill on this B bomb site. He can really do it all. This leader is just stepping up and just having a monster of a game on Anubis right now. And that B bomb site, a lot of people talk about it, saying it's the most difficult site in all of Counter-Strike to hold. Not for Onic. Take notes. Beautiful repositions. Beautiful isolations of the fight, and well-timed util as well. 12-4. And this is just aggression right now here from TNL. Dio already shutting down Mast. And it's just gonna all rest on the shoulders right now of this B play. But TNL, they should have this base covered. They've 3 players here. Haven't seen all that much just yet. 2 flashbangs trying to get close, and you won't even get a chance to play it out because FlareX is spammed down 2 through that smoke. Well timed, and it is just down to Mari. But he knows this game is as good as gone. He knows that this one should be over, and indeed it is. Nife will seal it. TNL dominate their game. They beat Sangal 2-0, and they move on to the winners game in Group A, where they're going to face Perplexity. What a fantastic series, man. TNL have really impressed me. It's one of the first times that I've actually got to watch these guys in a pretty long time, to be fair. You know, I caught a glimpse of them maybe a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago, but I think their steady improvement has been something that, you know, everybody I think has to take their hat off and just commend, because they've looked absolutely excellent there. And Sangal picking into that Anubis, we knew it was going to be tough. They did make a game of it, to be fair to them, on Nuke. They had a game plan in place. Unfortunately, it just kind of came down to TNL were having a better day. They just out-aimed them in a lot of circumstances. So clean on some of the shots and some of the entries. I think Onic probably, for me, was the player of the game, not just for that Anubis performance, but I think the calls that he made throughout that entirety of a best of 3, the entirety of those 2 maps, really just got TNL over the line there. And I think a lot of people are going to be struggling to deal with them. You can see why in the CCT EU1 they've already qualified to the next stage, to the playoffs, because, man, they are for real. They definitely do mean business. As for Sangal, I think this is obviously one of the hardest matches. This is probably the hardest match in the group that they've already gotten out of the way. They're not down and out. They are unfortunately still just down. They will have to beat Amcal to stay alive, and then possibly play that decider game against the loser of Perplexity and TNL. They still do have chances, and I hope to see just a little bit more from them, in the coming days. But unfortunately, as for Group A, that is all that we do have time for. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have Cole taken over from me in around an hour's time with the Group B matchup. So you definitely don't want to miss out on them. I think it's going to be Sabre and Aitzen's actually kicking us off. Sabre Ukrainian team and Aitzen's making their debut here at the CCT play-in. So that is always exciting to see a fresh team on the scene. As for now, though, as for me, thank you very much for joining me for the opening games. We hope to see you again in about an hour's time for the Group B matchups. But that is it from me, and we'll see you then.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
our opening match in Group B. We'll see how things shape up here pretty quickly. First map on train. Last time I watched this this squad here for Saber, different roster though. There seems to be a couple of changes since I've last seen them. We'll see how quickly they're able to get slotted in. As already looking pretty good here on the opening fights. Wolfie able to answer back the big piece of the puzzle here. Already stepping up. And unfortunately for him, gets shut down. Jackass left last man standing. And Dutchy looking to do some damage. There's some low HP bars this Glock can actually tear through. But he's getting boxed in right now. Hoping to catch him on the sideline is Jackass, but he will be able to do just that. Catches the headshot there. Saber going to be closing out this pistol with some confidence. Walking away. A round up here. Dealing with the pistol. Being able to set the tone on the CT side. Going to be playing into their advantage right now. East side of train always very interesting case for me right now. I'm watching this map come through and I'm feeling like there's a lot of opportunities for like B-side executes that are really efficient, that can be really strong. But this T-Con control's been the biggest story for me for how this map shapes up at the moment, and that's because T-Con control is so hard to take as T's early on, especially if your opponent has utility. If the CT side has good utility, that space gets so difficult to claim early on. There's a lot of early advantages that CTs can take in terms of the map control with pop dog pushes, with T-Con pushes, where this map can be difficult to actually queue up executes. We'll see a flank formulate as well. Coming through from the, I believe the, actually brown hole side of things. They're just not letting even these pistols get situated here in this round. Saber, going to be able to scale up 2 and 0. Make things look rather comfortable for themselves. Get the first gun round rolling. Made sense. Gonna be able to bring some guns out into the picture. And again, we're gonna see this early priority from Saber. Straight in towards the T-Con side of things. Saber liking that space. Meanwhile, faster B-play. This molly proven to be difficult to get past, but it's just a CT molly. They could run straight through it in a smoke to extinguish, limiting further damage. Fantastic entry pathing here, and it's in. Making it a clear priority that they do want to utilize this B site. Be able to take just that. Plant their feet. Seeing this retake slowly dissipate though. And to a point where they're just going to call it a pretty quick save. Jackass is a little bit too low for this. And there's no real leg room into this round, so going to quickly call it out as 8 Sins enter into this bomb site. Player does fall though. Knights are trying to hold about. Trying to keep him contained a little bit there is going to drop. So 1 extra bit of damage there for 8 Sins. Moving forward fairly comfortably at the moment. They get those guns out. As soon as they do, I'm going to plant the flag on that B-bomb site. Now, Codex is gonna push forward a little bit. And 2 players with knives out. Not committed to on the fight, though. Smoke goes off in towards upper. This B set a little bit more reinforced. 8 sins really liking to take fights in this department. Wow, that's bold. That's what Hodix is trying to do. Trying to line up some smoke spam on players before they can get their utility and executes off. Ivy control, though. Fake Reality pressed all the way through Ivy. It's an impressive bit of aggression right there. And Fake Reality just walks away with a kill. Dutchy may be caught a little bit surprised with that level of aggression right there. And with Ivy control fully carpeted off right now, the fact that they do take that space, you're not only having extra cheat rotate rolling out in that direction, but you're also having upper aggression. That's the... No, that's not the bomb, sorry. They are still going to be able to make their strides on into this round. Bomb planted somewhat safely here, and a difficult fight ahead for Tripex. Prime tearing through the competition right now. They had everything they could ask for on the side of Saber, but they can't make this retake happen here. Enough done by Prime to try and pull this round back here. Now Fake Reality, the one that opens up the thing, has to close it, but Wolfie and Prime get the job done right there. 8 sins, able to overcome some adversity here in the early stages. Good luck from them. Tripex just sends his life down the line. Barreling forward right there. No avail. Like the idea of aggression right there, but we know that 8 Sids are putting a lot of priority early on in their default towards the B side, so that just feels like a death trap. And it was in the end. Gonna queue up for 2 more players, though, to get a bit aggressive, and a great angle being held there from Moz. Will eventually be leveled out, but I think the damage is almost done. See what they can do to break past this. Hodix with his AWP, able to strike for 1. The site will still be claimed, though. To settle this round in, though. I mean, still yet to plant, to waiting for Wolfie on a little bit of a lurk there towards spawn. Making sure to close this one out there. They tapped the bomb, and Fake Reality's able to offer up an opening pick. 23 seconds left, and you have to panic to go and recover the bomb. Fortunately for them, Fake Reality's kind of fallen back into a reposition. Wolfie goes and establishes bomb. Fake Reality hoping that they overthink this round. That won't be the case. And we're going to see those numbers get punched in. See how much initiative he has in this retake here. He did a lot of work to try and make it possible, but anything extra at this point feels a little bit unlikely. Holding about towards Z. Able to find another headshot here. There's a kit. Smoke on the bomb. Flashbang to be dodged as well for Wolfie. But there isn't a lot of safe places to stand right there. So the chase down from Wolfie for the clutch to be complete. Fake Reality not going to be allowed to win that one right there. Jason's taking a lead here on the T side of train. Already establishes a lot of promise. That's also a force by getting punished right there. So the bank account's drained. For the side of Saber, they're going to have to call it in at Eco. Now a chance to have some fun here. Nice opening pick there from WFN. Great way to introduce yourself onto the server here. Build up some confidence versus the Pistols. Like they'll just go back to the bread and butter right now. Using that B bomb site once again. Able to take it here pretty effective, but Jackass has a couple nice deagle shots right there. Keep them a little bit at bay here, not make this round a complete coast. Still staying up in towards Cloud as well. Looking to provide even more coverage, but these angles are so difficult to deal with. There's another headshot rolling out, but yeah, that's the problem. Dutchy so composed in his positioning. Now 5-7. Dutchy sidelined right there. Caught a little bit surprised. WFM now needs to come through with a clutch. Oh, but tosses a molly on that bomb. And reading into the aggression here, falling a little bit further back. Smart decision here. He's got the round of the bag at this point. Now it's about playing a contained game. And peeking in. Missed shot. Both players survive. We'll handshake this one. Say, you know what? You can keep your op if you let me keep my AK. Sounds like a deal's a deal. It's in happy with their 4th round, but it does become a little bit pricey. Of him trying to get on that same line he did. Just a round to go. Able to get an opening pick last time around, but this time nobody hearing on the screen. It's fast P again. This team loving their B attacks right now, and for good reason. Need to have someone ready to cut off the Z entrance, but maybe they don't. Molotov will do the trick. They take deep positioning. They've done it again. They've been able to plant the flag on this B site once more. Now it's about getting yourself in some good post plants here, which can be a little bit of a challenge on this map, but Established right now is prime. We've seen what he can do on this B side post plant. He's been phenomenal. Flank covered. All bases covered right now. No question asked. Play up to perfect form, tip-top shape. They are abusing this side on gun rounds right now. Being cut off as well. Vix misses his shot. Oh, he's going to get run down. Misses another one. He survives, though. Okay. Saved by the bell. Timeout called, though. Right now, a lot of concerns in this B site. There you go. A little bit of speed up here. I like the pace change, but there's always a reply right now. 2 kills in, 2 kills out. And they've taken A site now. I mean, Asin's coming through, reading into the adjustment of the CTs and then punishing it by speeding up towards that A side. Silver lining is you have this flank, but right now WF looks like he was reading into it. Doesn't complete the kill, though. A little too quick on that flank. Prime gonna shut down further. I mean, just leads to an op save here once again. Maybe, though, it just seems a little discombobulated. Hypex goes in, but his teammate Niter falls away. Calls the save. Dutchy hanging out. Gotta be golden. Onto his AK, picks up his teammates up. Lovely line from WFM. Very good shooting from him. Rest of the squad just has to hold their own. Managed to do just enough to secure that round right there. Put it on to 6. Aitson have not looked back since the pistol and the following. As soon as they get guns out, man, it's been near flawless, the execution. And when the execution goes wrong, they have the individuals to back it up there. Prime with a big 3K to think of. When they were losing out in the man advantage department. And there's another positive trade. Those end up being equalized, though, with Niter. Trying to flip the script. We got a 3v3, but, I mean, at this point, you'll take that. You can get this consistently on a T side. That is golden. Even numbers. Definitely some gaps here on the map of Train that can be exploited. Looking to be exploited right now. Bearcast hoping that his aggression can save them the worry. Swinging in. Doesn't win the duel versus Maz, though. WFM has put himself in a phenomenal position. Caught, though. Now that should lead the speed up towards the B site. And it does. HE? No, Molly. I'll find out, but it won't. Be able to just run through and take that duel. A little bit of coverage by his teammate. And Niter the save. As far as I'm aware. Back towards T-Con control here once again. Also just got insider details here. It's actually whiffing. Not WFN. Fair enough. An appropriate name for an opera, but he's not doing too much whiffing right now. He's been pretty sharp on some of these necessary shots. Now, again, right back to their bread and butter, these B-tacks that have been absolutely dominant for them. Trying to separate the aim, though. Maz will fall. And the deep space towards Z is good, but they still haven't cleared out the site. So Fake Reality elevates on top of the Z side. Just going to break things down effectively. Flank comes through on the whiffing. And Saber are going to get their first gun round here. They are on the board here when it comes to the guns. The first time on this map so far. They do so needing a little bit of heroics. That east side still seemed vulnerable, but this time the rotates come through in time. They're able to hold the line effectively. But hey, at first you don't succeed. Continue abusing the B side here. Molly's great. No smoke for it just yet, but there is a cutoff. Dutchy just deletes the rotate here. There's still another defender. And Dutchy gonna come through with the secure, at least, but Fake Reality rolls through the Molotov in Z. And this time that rush doesn't pan out. Finally a multi-kill coming through as well for the initial site defense. The trades have been phenomenal for the side of 8sin entering into the bomb site. So being able to bring a multi-kill into the picture, you know, using that molly to maybe distract or delay it just a tad is everything that Saber needed. We're going to get one last, I guess, force buy-in at this point. This time I can provide him here. So far, not a lot of room into the site. Trades do start coming on through. A couple of kills to respond here. Sit into a 1v2 for Moss. Chance to make this happen. How he times his op positioning, and that is the worst timing. To switch to the sidearm right there. Lead Knights are giving him an exit. And Saber answering back with a couple rounds in a row. 3 in particular. Finally get on the board here with some of these gun rounds. Good way to flip the script. Look to bounce back here. They can bring into the second half here. I mean, Saber, obviously, they had their struggles, but I think they kind of figured it out in the end. B-site hold finally comes through. That feels like a breakthrough moment for them in the CT side. 7 rounds is a lot for a T side. I mean, and I think this still is, despite how it looked early on, maybe a little bit T-sided when the map just came about. I still think it leans pretty heavily defensive. Should be happy with a 5-7, even if things ended a little bit rocky. That's a half that you'll be looking forward to. Fake reality being the big difference maker for his side, and right now I feel like everyone on the 8sin camp really stepping up to the plate. Get Prime and Wolfie with what they were able to do in opening rounds and closing rounds. Whiffing with a couple of crucial op shots. Trying to come into play here on their side. See if they bring that through defensively as well. There's a quick entry. Dual Berettas being run down right now. Room for escape and a good jump from Fake Reality. Just to throw the aim off a little bit. Best way to deal with those dual Berettas. Are they found out? Niter says, no, you can still use them good. Maz will be able to keep his distance. Although keeping his distance is Hodex. He still finds a long-range Glock headshot. Maz in a near impossible situation, but with the USP could make it happen. Smoke on the bomb. Oh, but he doesn't read into where the last player is. Whiff! A whiff from Tripix. And Maz steals the round away. With a quick spin, 4 kills in the round and a huge clutch for 8sin. What a brutal end to that round. Oh my god. Had the back turned and everything. A dream situation, just couldn't land the headshot. And he pays the ultimate price. Maz with a huge clutch. Would have been a lot harder to start off the CT side. Still not going to be easy to get past these. Well, I guess it will be easy. They didn't force buy. Never mind. Playing a bit of a safe game with their economy, but trying to get the gun rounds as soon as possible. It's got to be a frustrating end right there. Just say that much. Being able to complete the mission with just one kill. Pretty much teed up to you. See what they can do to try and blow the roll down. If you can do any damage on a round like this. Pretty heavy force here met towards Ivy. Deagle not lasting long either before Whiffen puts it to rest. Nathan then get their second round converted accordingly. Now, to some more aggression for the CT side and a bonus round of sorts. They're looking for that classic crunch on it. Tripex doesn't miss on this occasion. And Moss is down very low. So is Dutchy. Been taken down. Some huge difficulties to start off this round. Trying to close. Best of luck. Another opening pick as well, leaning in to the favor of Saber. Was that a Wolfie? No luck. No dice right there. And that defense. Able to bring in the big hero moment. Instead, could be Maz trying to save the scout. About all he can really ask for at this point. Maybe a gun to be upgraded on. Pack landed, but that's just going to be the warning shot. Now everyone going to start hunting him down. He'll be finished off. CT set aggression here on the eco. Well dealt with though so far. Taking too many casualties, not giving over too many guns. The AK held on to it not for long. Before getting finished off, Saber looking to scale back quickly in the second half. And they clearly put a priority on getting those rifles out as soon as possible. On the near miss of the pistol round loss. Didn't even call a second round buy. But when they do get those rifles out, they're able to maintain some strength here. The entry's looking deadly. Punishment for map control is really good. Those were on bonus rounds, though, with MP9s that they were playing up against this time. Still an MP9 in play, but Oppen and everyone else on rifles. See if that plays a big difference right now. One of those MP9s is forced to give a little bit of ground. Positioned over towards that east side right now. Utility tossed out to maybe get out of T-Con more comfortably. As I say that, it'll all be a ruse. Might be heading straight into the setup on B. The site is bolstered up pretty effective with multiple numbers. Dutchie spotting out absolutely nothing towards this outer yard as well. Gonna lead to some pretty quick rotates as Whiffen deals with one. They're out heaven right now. Boss will be overrun, simply put. And Prime is in the same boat. Trying to cut off the crossing for the bomb site. No visual for the Opera of Whiffen. He eventually gets face full of lead, and Jackass will jump up for the finishing statement right there. A nice bow. Wrapped up on that round. Saber break through into the B bomb site. They're doing the exact same thing. They're just abusing this B side of the map. Tossing in a little bit of utility towards that outer yard, feigning presence, and then getting very explosive on that B side. You know, someone has to sacrifice their life to get some space, but when they do, just looks so deadly. Already an opening pick here with the utility. Gun out. Niter does. Some ecos he can farm up. Ivy. Oh, one kill in. Not the second though. Wolfie traded by the crouch walk. The fake reality, and this round seems to be in good hands. Dutchie trying for an exit. No luck. No dice there. Shut down in the end. Saber tying things up now at this point. T-side looking phenomenal on these gun rounds. Shot right in the face right there, but action actually doesn't come through. Able to keep their distance as of right now. For how long that remains true, Smalls just goes for some smoke spam, but simply overlooked in towards the heaven side of things. Easy pickings. And a save called already rolling out. They've done the hard work in this round. Now they get to kick back and relax, or go on a little bit of a hunt if they want to. That's their endeavor, but that should be a good warning system right there. When 4 people are saving, it's pretty difficult to hunt. Speed things back up here. Already, oh, couple entries from X, able to double. Oh, this round's done. It is over before it ever even starts. Before it ever begins. Saber run through the competition right there. That was again a round where 4 rifles saved. They had all the pieces, but couldn't find the kills back it up by a mile. CT side. Got a big pistol clutch coming through from Maz. Has been limited in the gun rounds for the defense has been null and void. I mean, maybe I was wrong. Maybe this is the most T-sided map right now. Maybe that's what we're seeing right now is the defenses for both sides has struggled with the rifle rounds. Interesting to see this here, but Fake Reality maintains fantastic form so far for himself. And Niter able to provide a big time opening right there. Puts it into an early 4v5 advantage. Looking to claim map point right now. Saber by any means necessary. That'll help. For the side of 8sin though. Actually getting in such a weird angle. A lot of times I don't see players get on top of the trains right now. He manages to thread in a big time kill. Maz. Timings. The walkout. Codex and Fake Reality, while they have plenty of cash to splash, are not going to get any leg room onto the site. Maybe a save attempt here from Codex. And that will be denied as he misses his shot. Bit of life left in this defense still. Oh, phenomenal util damage. Exactly what they need right now. Letting one slip past the smoke could be a little bit concerning though. And Hodix manages to fight his way through with the op. Everyone else getting shut down as well, but Hodix still... He's battle opping right now. And he found another one. Oh my god. Last kill coming through from Tripex. And they managed to sequence that round win so quickly. Such a gut punch right there to 8sins. We would think they start to get a hold on the round, but so quickly flipped on its head. the point where we find ourselves. So now, map point for Saber. Looking to collect a win here on train. And Hodix making that more of a reality here than just a fake reality. See a little bit of IV aggression there. A bit lackadaisical though on the inbound. Gets swiftly punished. There's a big time pickup right there, followed up by some more from Dutchy. Got ourselves around here all of a sudden. Being able to force back, avoid off the aggression so far. After the opening disadvantage here, but it's fixing from Tripex. Gonna be able to find this kill, he is. Takes some damage for his troubles though. 30 HP for him. His Opper looking to hold some lines as well. Wolfie going for a swing, and it's a hit. Good shot from Hodix. He's down low. A lot of targets on his screen right now. Op is going to be very, very uncomfortable. And ran down by the MP9 Moz. Doesn't leave this one up to chance. Hunted out of the round. 8 sins will be able to take us to the 24th. Going to be able to close this thing off is a big question. Will we go into OT? Will it end in regulation? Trying to move through the smokes right now. Dutchy is able to deny that initially. Prime has coverage around the smokes. It looks like OT written all over. It will be overtime required here. 8 sins will take us the distance. Both teams late towards their T sides, running a little bit out of ideas. Allowing for some stretches. 8 cents capitalized to take us into extra innings here. Here we are back in play. Going on out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dutchy. Okay. He raises, you spam right back. I guess you can shoot back through that wall, huh? Dutchy, how did you just die? Did you just get wall banged? Did Dutchy get a taste of his own medicine there? You just snapped someone out of the round, and maybe I think you got snapped back through pop as well. Okay. Wild start to this OT so far. Good news is for 8-Sen, they still maintain the advantage, but that's a nasty angle from Tripexon. Advantage now nullified. Wolfie, good timing on his strike here. Gonna try and retreat, rein in his aggression just a tad. Unknown location, though, for Prime, now finally discovered. A clutch required here early for Jackass. Flush him out. Trying to get him into the open here, but baiting him into the Z side, and USP out. Oh my god, he secures it just in time. Boost action to try and get him set up. But again, all of a sudden we see the strength and the early defense. No opening picks granted as much for the 8 cents, or for the Saber camp rather. And left a little limited in that department here. The last couple rounds of regulation and now OT. Having to wait out the utility of this defense is a whole nother challenge, and Whiffin will be able to offer up a nice pick on a Tripix. 3 smoke in for T-Con, no access granted, not at all. Desperation setting in here for 8 sins. They've been stuck outside this smoke for the whole round without any way in. Now a small rerouting towards Ivy, but look at the time right now. 40 seconds left. You got to crawl through Ivy. You got to rely on Nitzer getting out of T-Con as well. Best of luck. Yeah, Whiffin has the line. He's got multiples. He's got 3 Whiffin. All 4 in the round so far. Dutchy's job just to hold off T-Con, and he will be able to finish that task. But Whiffin, big time multi, and 8 Sin's able to dig deep here, trying to close out Train. Got themselves on a 14, staring down the barrel of playing up against map point. And now, looking to gain one of their own. With one more round, looking to sweep this CT side. And it's more great utility damage. Finally, they do make it out of T-Con. That could be the difference maker. Looking for one, and the entries are found. This looks much more like some of the rounds we saw earlier. They tank through the utility damage, and they take their space. Saber having to dig deep here. They convert this one and give themselves some wiggle room heading into this next half of OT. Thin line for Whiffin. Spots out a couple. HE goes deep, and that'll land a kill, but Odix is available to do damage in return. And Moss shouldn't last too long yet. Out. Saber gonna be able to at least get one here. Maybe not a ton to lean on, but definitely something you can your sights set high on. We'll see what this GT side of Saber can bring to the table after a couple of tough losses. Heading into OT. Have a chance to turn a new leaf. Knights are looking to do just that. Brings in the first here on the board. Both these teams getting a better understanding of how each other play throughout the first half. And the game. It's all the rise in the defensive measures. The 3 rounds in a row that Saber were able to put together towards the tail end. At the time when 8 Sins were leading 7-2. That continue into overtime. Will they be able to recall the presence that was put towards them? Molly out here, but the setup falls, it crumbles. Fortunately, an op still standing there in the flank formulating. Come through and provide some extra security. Now Whiffen needs to pull a clutch on home, but won't be able to do just that. Denied at the first hurdle right there. Trying to get past the op of Fodix, and we're all knotted up at 14s here now. Early attack here towards the B side. Trying to situate themselves. Get the double op set up for the defense. That flash does nothing. Oh, big reality. That flash doesn't do anything either. Very thin line held right there by Whiffen rather. Fake reality walks into the trap. He knew there was an op there by the flashbangs. Ends up, oh my god, ends up walking head first into it. Trying to give his team an advantage. Instead, it's Todix that has to pull it back. Because his teammate was low on health. But now he's low on health too, so I think he's going on a mission to recover the op, actually. Meanwhile, Nighter's trying to win the round. He's got a monumental flank calling the B side clear entirely. No one towards Pop. Everyone positioned towards Decon. Nighter's going to have a very fast flank. Spots out one. Use up to his teammates here. Oh my god, Whiffen turns. He was looking to burn that flank. Shut down the worries here. The smoke for camera faded though. So now that's free reign. Easy pickings. The op holding the line though. 8 Sins running a little bit low on time. Have the kills to nullify. And they will be able to stick in the digits there despite the overwhelming pressure right there. Whiffen's spidey senses tingling. Just turns for the flank for a split second. And is rewarded by keeping his team safe in this round. And giving them their first shot at trying to close this one out. Speeding it out towards the B side. Perplexity able to open up, and they missed their molly onto Cloud as well. Couple kills now flooding the feed, looking like a second OT required. Prime trying to save that. He's been good on this B side. He's been great, in fact. Here now needs to do it again. Been able to sneak his way into the back lines. He can't find the follow-up. Fake reality, and Whiffen will be flanked. Round going to be secured, and we go again. You have some early trades rolling out 1-for-1 here. And Maz and Wolfie able to keep things stabilized. Now take the lead now into OT. Get another shot. Kodix now. Last man standing. Back against the wall here and towards hell. He's not given any opportunities right now to find these duels. No one giving him anything to work off of. Finally, a kill coming through, but the time's ticking a little bit too far gone. Dave looking likely here, especially with the kills connected. We'll find them all, in fact. Nice shooting. It's a little too late, unfortunately, for him. Picks up an AK. We'll get a tech timeout here. In the meantime. Get back into the action here. The timeout expires. We will continue to roll along. So far, Dutchy rolling in. Great success early. Being able to establish a foothold. Prime follows up. This T-Sub access quickly on in. Shot connects there, no kill. And it's the ultimate price right there, punished by Hodix. It's just going to be Apex saving with his A1S at this point. I mean, he's been pretty good at going for these clutches, but I don't know. Mollied and everyone's attention turned his way. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whiffin goes head first into the lion's den right there. He pays the price, but not a big deal. Trade out quickly. And round kept safe. Nice shot right there from the Opper. Not gonna do him any favors starting this round off. And now able to connect on the follow-up. They enter in another kill, playing on the edge of that smoke. Another one from Hodix. Looking to provide another 2 to 1 half. Tripex moving in. Smoke to work off of. Flashbang. Oh, and a pick from Whiffin. I think he flashed himself though. Maz, he did. He's able to chamber in another shot though. Everyone's whiffing on Whiffin. Whiffin. And eventually Fake Reality puts him down. So all good. On the defensive measure there for 1. At this point, I have no idea how things are going other than that. We split it up 2 to 1 again. Last time that happened, we got a second OT. How about third? Protocol utilities out. And burning to the molly here. Saber able to provide some great punishment on the inbound right there. And some answers back from Duchy and Prime. Put this one into the realm of possibility. Rifle held on to here for Prime on the AK. Smoke's a bit of an awkward bounce. That could allow him to scale out towards E-Box. I'm going to try and make the move through the smoke. Just low in health, though. Now spotted. But Hodix gives him a repeat right there. We come up clutch, not quite. Fake Reality. Going to put us back up to evens. We'll tie things up again here, Saber. Put us on 17s now. And the entries enough to give Saber the round. They needed those entries, though. That became very, very close in the late round. There's smoke for the molly. Hodix trying to cut off the cross towards Pop. Great flashes, great utility. Will allow for safe passage into that direction. Lots of damage done as well. Taking down the Opper to 33 health. Prime able to provide the opening. His squad. It's early pickoff, but oh, this move here through the smoke is so risky, but it's rewarded. Needed a way out and into this bomb site, and in fact, he's so far deep now into this post plant. Early activating. And the backlines flashbang for the Opper. Information spotted for both squads, though, knowing that he's up close and personal, but Tripex delivers 2 crucial kills. And now trying to hold off in the post plant. Whiffin taken down low. Post plant's looking good, but starting to be disrupted as Fake Reality delivers a crucial trade. Puts it into the 1v2 for Whiffin. CZ sidearm whipped out, but is chased down by Fake Reality. That'll be their third time on map point here. Will this be the time that they finally close it out, or will we go again? It's just thin angle, and that molly is falling down to the floor. Prime in such a good position right now, with extra help as well from his teammates. Bolstered up even more. He spotted out, tested, forced to fall off the line though. Up-handed over to Knight. There's so much early damage done for the CTs. And this deep IV control is very valuable as well. Knight are hoping that this CT side gets a little jumpy. And they will. They'll fall right into his hands. Wolfie tries to get active on the flank. And falls because of it. Now scaling out towards this A side. Taking some good space. Trying to pop through the smoke is Prime, but no fortune. And now the kills start to flow. Looking to put an end to this double OT affair. Trying to get 19 here first. It's just a MP9 left to find it, and Jackass will put it to rest. Saber gonna close out Train here finally. A couple of overtimes. They get their first victory here on Train for themselves in the last 3 months, and do it in a very, very careful fashion there, with some back and forth, with some good T sides there towards the tail end. 3 in a row to seal the deal, and they will be able to put themselves on to victory here. Map win coming through on the map pick of 8 sins is not exactly ideal for them here. Anubis is going to be up next. This is where we do see Saber a little bit more well-trained as well. So maybe the series slooping out of the control here of the Brits, but we'll see if they can bring it back. We're going to be tossing this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, we'll be rolling into Ancient. And welcome back, everybody. Ready to hop into map number 2 after a pretty electric start in map 1. All the back and forth here. We do see side of Saber up a map, though, heading into this map of Ancient here. Their map pick, of course. Huge advantage in that department, but not completely unrecoverable here for the side of 8 Sins. They look to respond here in kind. Maybe have a good chance on the pistol, considering there is no resistance on this B side whatsoever. Already a bomb plant. They were already taking space here as well. Interesting setup here from 8 Sins. Playing for the retake. They've got a flank. Not going to be accounted for. They want to have the kit drop first or at all. And Dutchy is going to stay alive. Provide an opportunity for this to work out. They pick up the kit, but they can't pick up the kills to get on into this round. That's quickly claimed by the side of Saber here. Good start for them. Their map pick now. Be able to bring that one on in. Close out on a very open B bomb site. Not all that surprising to see that much real estate given over for free, but it can make it difficult to retake, as we just saw in that last round. Up falling. You get a force buy in return, though. Going to keep the pressure applied. Don't hesitate in that department. Oh, and a quick headshot from Whiffin. It's going to help out. Smoke to be tossed in as well, and Dutch fights 2. Flanking on through. Jackass making this one a reality right now. Get onto the bomb set here. Fake reality hunting for the kills, but keeping their attention split right now. So much damage done out of Monsters 5-7. Kill eventually comes through. Last alive is Prime. Sneak his way into the back lines. Bomb not recovered, and back is turned for the eco victory. A quick response coming through from the 8 Sins side. Held on to early on. Good recovery from Prime as well. As the fadeaway goes through in the smoke, he comes out, able to provide extra coverage. No concerns so far for this squad just yet. Bomb is going to be planted there. Careful for alert. Numbers do get punched in, but it's a 2v4. Bit unlikely at this point here. Hoping to do extra damage. There's one headshot. Gonna need 3 more to make it an ace. Bomb being stuck in his face. Not a lot you can say about that one. MP9, and we'll say you can hold on to that. We'll take our round win and go ahead and head out of this round. Mobility with that lurk smoke into the site. Good utility damage here, and no one really Available for a follow-up. Everyone too far to find much capitalization off the back of that damage. Hoping that some mistakes come through from this defense, but they don't seem to be given too much of a look-see on in. Not without flashes, not without that extra protocol here. Wolfie will eventually get toppled over. If that creates any complications, doesn't seem to be the case here. HE dunks down a kill. The rest of the squad comes swinging in for the fences. Nothing to close. That round kept nice and easy. For the opening picks, though, as we head to this gun round, swinging in the way of the T side. Pretty recovered. Does seem to be a lot more likely now entering on in to this one. Able to establish firm foothold. Still have to worry about this flank here. Wolfie could be the needle. Oh, didn't jump on that. A small spin from Fake Reality could have created chaos, but now he's going to look to deny the bomb plant. Oh, his teammates fall in the meantime. 1v4 Aston Wolfie steps in for 3. And now just needs one more here. Low HP. He doesn't chase him down. Apex down low. He goes for the Hail Mary spam. And a safe plant coming through here. But he gets caught at the final piece of the puzzle right there. Needed one more kill. Did so much to make it possible. In the end, though, toppled by Tripex. Nice attempt, though, man. Wolfie bringing in a little bit of hope in a very challenging round in a 4v2. Making all the right moves, holding his nerve on the flank, but last kill required, and he was just too low. Couldn't tank through. Find out the op. Can he escape? Molly in. He does his best work to stay alive. Good movement from Whiffin and a great flashbang from Wolfie. Managed to find impact in a whole lot of ways. And now into the site here. Moss picks up a rifle. AK held on to, but gets lost inside the smoke. But a boost up to no avail. Dutchy delivering. And there's no escape for Fake Reality. Tripex trying to escape now, and he's left on low HP, but he's got too many targets this time around. This time Wolfie not low. Or alone. A really good reaction right there. From the 8 Sins camp. Good movement from Whiffin to stay alive. I mean, that's the heavy lifting right there from him done. He didn't even have to find any kills necessarily, but the fact that everyone was so focused on his location leaves his teammates to succeed. Let's see what they can do with this saved firepower. G. Starting off with a little bit of damage here. Prime with a great flashbang again. Into the site they go. That's just too many targets. Can the multi-kill come from Prime? Not quite. Not quite indeed. Doesn't hold it down. Like the visual in that quick scope. It looked like it was good for so long, and finally a shot does connect a stray. But it's not going to matter here. It's unconfirmed damage. So low on HP for so many of these players, but again, no matter. I not know how close they were in that round until they watch it back. Guess it's going to be a save here for the remainder. Saber keeping up here. Despite the low economy, they keep on challenging that A side of the map, and this time rewarded for that challenge. I was able to provide. He brings in an opening duel here for his squad. Much needed. Knowing the stakes of this round here so far. Fake Reality getting himself tucked in towards the red room here. The aggression down the ramp, though, is swiftly punished. Fake Reality, I wonder if his barrel gets seen here. Doesn't seem like that he registers it. He sees a shadow. Oh, goodness gracious. Not a pretty look out of Fake Reality in such a prime location. You could see he set himself up well with that shadow advantage, but obviously gets a little bit panicky when the moment rises. The passive line Maw's hoping to make work here towards the A side. They're conceding, but I think they're interested more so in a retake. As long as Maw's doesn't die. Plays with utility out. No availability for a kill, though. Chief of the smoke to be blown open. He's gone hunting. They're not going to go full-fledged into this retake just yet. Not until his teammates arrive on the scene. Flashes onto Prime here, but ooh, Maw's steps in his molly, trying to edge the smoke. Can't get past the line here. Jackass fully focused in. Temple overwhelmed. Jackass still on the site proper right now. Being cleared slowly but surely. Prime claims his prize. Double swing in towards the Temple. Missed shot though from within. Means the end right there at the hands of Knights are going to put that one to rest. Being able to fire through the USPs here with no questions. Putting another one on the tally here. Saber. Being able to bring in a good T side so far. Taking the lead now. Despite the pistol win and the eco loss in the next. Or the force by loss, I should say. Be a little bit more accurate there. Do hold strong. Opening pick here. Favored for the CT side, but off back from Hodix and into the site they go. Fake reality taking strides into this one. And catching a player towards long. Trade comes through efficiently. And now it's Prime who started this off well for his squad. He needs to finish in a 1v3. This aggression just tears through the defense. Ticking, focus split every which way. Now they realize, but oh my goodness, Prime. He doesn't even take much damage. Fake reality. Getting a little bit insecure about his position right now. 10-second defuse here, but he's got time. And Prime coming through here with some big time kills. Beautiful work from Prime in the 1v3 clutch, breaking that down. Everyone swinging in the post plant right there. They get antsy, they get jumpy, and Prime punishes piece by piece. Beautiful clutch from Prime right there. Being able to capitalize on moments like that when this half was kind of slipping away from you. There's a lifeline, a little life raft handed out to the rest of the team. Out to a clutch here, leaves him a little bit limited. This red room spaces could get chaotic quickly. Looks gonna fade. Good as distance is Jackass, but they regress towards middle beautifully. The head-on collision in which the CGs win overwhelmingly. Now Hodix probably just wants to hold on to his Alp here at this point. Gonna be able to do that. Sideline there. Great shutdown. Great mid-round activity coming through from the defense. And now they're going to capitalize on the clutch that was provided to them earlier. Abdul here as well, but she follows up. There's still some great positions defensively here on the site proper. Thinking you could chase down that op, but being met by a rifle is a nightmare scenario. Dachi comes through with the closing statement there from the cave side. A couple of casualties on the defense, no concern. They make do in the first half with a 7-5 scoreline here, leading into the second now. Showing their ability. Gonna have a play coming on up. Pistols here for Saber. They've been somewhat in their favor, but last half we saw it come through there and then immediately get answered back by the eco success of 8sen. Off the back of that, been able to build a great half there in the first. See now what they can transfer over to their T side. Want to take the reins on this game, you and the pistol, you can do just that. And it's going to be another retake setup here. This time, on the side of Saber, this time towards the A site. Double dual Berettas and donut control contained here. You're going to see 8sen's try and take a forward fight at this point. You know, putting a lot of priority on Temple for a reason. Now they're pressing into CT spawn. Flashbang doesn't necessarily work, but the aggression through Temple is. They are rolling through. Wolfie is taking it so much initiative. He's destroyed this post plant before it ever can even start. What you have to do on this A side, you have to be able to fight back for map control here. And Moz will close it out. Really good decision making right there from 8sen's. You know, you start to get very concerned with how post plans formulate when you don't have donut control on this A side, but being able to take aggression through Temple and into TT spawn, that's your ticket into a round win. For the side of Saber, surprised that they didn't see that coming. You know you have to get active. You have to take map control in that A-side post. And when you have free donut control and you're flanking through A main, you gotta have an understanding of where the post plant B-side players are. Not able to get a grasp on that situation. That leaves them vulnerable here on Ancient. Full eco in. Saber have been very cautious with their economy. I haven't seen them really go for that many force buys. They're not going to start now. Start now. Well, the USPs find a quick fling on. Saber give them a taste of their own medicine, but it's amplified by the fact that that wasn't even a force buy. That was default pistols without armor being brought into that round, and 8sen's a huge gut punch. Their attempt to try and close out this map given to them right there. Handed to them. Brutal loss now. Can they answer back in return with a force buy of their own? They give it an effort, but not as much ground being gained. Only a single casualty here for the defense. We'll just swipe that one aside. No questions asked. Saber now looking to tie things up here quickly. There's some fun to be had in a round like this. Hunting down some eeks. You gotta hold the phone though. Got themselves an opening pick at a bomb plant. Time ticking. Eagles out. Oh, what a beautiful shot, Prime. Can he do it again for his team? He knows a flank's coming up! And another headshot from Prime. They fall eventually, but man, Prime makes it believable. He'll make you think. And this one, though, it will be put to rest by Saber. Very valuable headshots rolling off the docket, though, for Prime here. Beautiful headshots coming on through from his Deagle. Giving them a chance in this round. Man, oh man. This gun round just getting swept aside as they try and speed it up towards the B site. Moz and Whiffin trying to break through, but sideline them. Fake Reality comes through swinging as well, but too quick to close this jackass. Saber need to roll through with a sweeping lead now. Taking command in the second half on their defense. Since the full USP victory that shattered this team here, had to have challenged the mental game at this point. Imagine the frustration that is set to get another half buy in tow. Ability damage great, but also the opping good. And there is an aggressive maneuver through A main. Niter, he's been so active on these flanks. Been very confident. Pull the pin on these flanks when available, and he does it again. Prime and Wolfie left last alive. Giving him no room to breathe here at this point. Boost is cool, and it doesn't last long. Totem pole toppled over. And the round's now just rolling here for the CT side. Knights are able to provide another opening duel. This mid-control remains dominant. Unrelenting. Fake Reality never left either. Open for a sneaky play through the smoke. Not going to be given the opportunity, and the op on the scene throws the aim off of Moz, but he's still going to connect. A bit awkward here on the inbound. A very good flashbang rolling out. Although Hodix did walk into the op, I know he was spotted out earlier by that positioning from Moz, so I think he just waits and lets the play happen to him here. Whiffin get on back here, but a game of timing here towards the middle side. He's right underneath him. He's right underneath him right now, right to the side. He hasn't realized. They're back to back right now, and eventually he does realize. And Tripex actually finds both kills in towards middle. Close it out. Very awkward towards the middle side to close, but works out in the Saber favor. And they have 11 now. They're starting to dominate on this CT side, and to a point in which we're going to need to see some quick fixes here from 8 cents. This is that mid duel I was talking about. He was right to his right for so long. Whiffin turns the corner. I bet you can't believe his eyes. These are the sort of rounds you would love to make easy for yourself here if you're Saber. Looking to put a closing statement Nitro does just that. 2 kills threaded in. But 2 kills back. Tapping. Whiffing out of the server, though. Straight through the wall. That'll provide a little bit of relief. There's a scout in the hands of Prime. And a rifle maintained here for Dutchy. Not out of the woods just yet. Here's Saber, even though they're in a prime position to close this thing out. But walking in with the scout's not going to do him any favors. Sidearm, though. And the rifle comes through with the clutch on the kills, but Jackass, he's available on the scene. Gonna put that one to rest. And now Saber looking shaped up to try and nail this one on end. Well, locked in. There's been points where they've gotten 12 in the past, and especially on that map of Train, and they've let things slip a little bit. This is a bit of a different story here. I feel like 8 Sins really ran out of gas after the loss and Eco. Good to see them bounce back for anything more than close rounds and damage. Some nice shots in the mix as well, but those won't get you rounds. Able to dig deep when their back's against the wall. Looking to try and find the entry pathing, but the setup is too strong. Ooh, but a team kill. Maybe some opportunities afforded here by the Hodix op, but instead, he keeps a nice safe line onto Whiffen. Without a smoke, he was going for hero play. Not going to be given a chance to succeed just yet. Oh, and the bomb ticking here. Have to get off of it. So much spam damage done as well. And those smoke, at least towards the long side, fades away. They recycle the short smoke. Moz looks like he's on a pathway to head out. But Dutchy might convince him to stick around here with a shot like that. Big reality. Coverage on multiple different angles here. And Dutchy finds another one on low health. Niter now flying by. Picks up an AWP for this round. Looking for a wall bang. And gets caught trying to run away. Positions now of strength here for the T side. Any isolation on these duels, he's lost. He's trying to pick up a gun. Runs into a wall. Picks up the AWP again. Just gets stumbled over. He couldn't make a decision of what gun he wanted. And that indecision cost him dearly. 8 Sins were on the ropes right there and managed to swing it back into their favor. Dutchy managed to pull up big time. Back to this domineering mid control here. Niter and Jackass not too interested in staying down for too long. Hodix op remains true. Missed out last round here, but they won't miss another shot. It doesn't seem like. Here's Whiffen looking to fight for his life. Having to challenge up against 4 players here. With the bomb in control, but deep positioning towards B and middle. Essentially feels like he has to pick his poison. Walking in towards middle. Niter ready. And damage done. Gets his util out. Okay. Wait a second. I mean, the A side is now open. He's getting flanked, though. He's getting wrapped up. Any sort of clearing here, any sort of caution is going to be punished by the flank, and Tripex will come through for the finishing blow. Saber going to do it in 2. A very, very close map number 1, but in that second half of map 2, it's where we see Sabre take control. They start to shut things down in a big fashion and stabilize here. They find themselves a victory in their opening match. Obviously, it's just the opening match, so it's not the elimination for 8 sins. They're going to be hanging down in towards that elimination matchup that will be played here in a couple of days. So not out of things just yet for the side of 8 sins. But definitely wishing that they could have closed out on trade given the limited opportunities that they could to do that, where they played into their map pick. Map 2 was a little bit more challenging. All that being said, though, that's all we have for our first series of the day, or at least, you and I's first series. We're ready to hop into our second, but before we get there, we're going to be having to send this one to a little bit of an extended break. When we come back, we're going to be rolling through Rage and Copenhagen Wolves. Stay tuned. bring it into the server. We're ready to hop into the action, though. Good news there. We'll be kicking things off in exciting fashion here on Dust 2. Great map to start things off on. We should be kicking off the pistol round here very shortly. A little bit of utility rolling on out for this T side. Got the fattest Yoshi with one of the best names I've seen in quite some time. Already an opening pick though for Matios as the struggle to get out long is present. They keep on fighting here, but realize that they've been shut down in this department. Are going to have to change directions and reroute this play here. They just tried to show some presence towards long, but didn't get any real leg room. And now we're going to shift it up cap. They've used one of their smokes from mid to B to get this rotate down. Tapeware maybe a little bit removed here as Jaquinho is going to have to try and fire up here. Matios, long range with low HP, manages to do a whole lot of damage, shutting down the cap play. Bombs on the floor, and Baddest Yoshi was throwing a mid to B smoke while that was happening. So he's going to get run down, and pretty comfortable win there for Copenhagen Wolves. They don't have too much trouble getting past it. Full eco coming in. Oxygen. Player who sometimes I think is a little bit strugglesome on the firepower. Brings in a big 1v. Rolling out. And the pistols are tearing through. They've got a man advantage here, but there's a double up still in play. The M4 coming through from LA finishes off the job, and the aggression from Copenhagen Wolves just gets completely destroyed. They try and, I would say disrespect a little bit and pushing in towards lower, and that gets punished quickly. Some shots rolling out though. A Deagle to open things up, and now the scouts getting involved as well. And fighting in pit with an AK, especially against low HP, can be good, but it still survived. Jaquinho tanks another shot here, continues to try and provide damage with that scout. He's done a lot of the heavy lifting here early. Interesting round right now. Flaring up. Flashbang's good. Perfect, in fact, here. So they look to scale onto the site. 5-7 needs to hold the line. It does. There's also a flank towards long, so there's bomb dropped on the floor. And 4-2 and A. Got 30 seconds to go and recover the bomb and find 3 kills. Or try and plant. And that seems like a task too tall. The Forced by Wars looked away, John. It'll be a huge headshot there to close it out. Tapeware to offer up the finishing blow, and while they do get a little bit of that eco success in round 2, Copenhagen Wolves bounce right back. They still have to close it out here up against an AK. Taking some initiative, looking to transfer the spray on over. The flashes are good, but the flash is also being returned here. The Deagle eventually runs down. Oxygen been good on the Deag. So much damage already manufactured. Rifles recovered. Desperation's heading in now for the CT side. And firework on B bomb site. Good pickup from Jaquinho. The bomb has a long transition in. Oxygen might look to take some initiative here in this late round. Just a jiggle. As the bomb pulls on out. Slowly but surely. Whoa, tape. He was out. He was into that round right there. Somehow avoids contact. And this bomb's tapped to fake. They don't bite on it just yet. Jaquinho going to start to get involved. He has a little bit of utility. Or 2 and A, trying to land some Deagle shots through the wall. One flashbang to maybe queue them all up. Still have a little bit of util left on the CT side. Flashbang in, greatly blinds up the player back. Big box here, no connection from Matios though as he falls. 1v1 now, Tapeware looking to find the finishing blow. And buying time right now. No kit available, there's one on his inbound. He didn't pick it up, but there should be time for the defuse either way. Gets really close right there. Rage, make him work for the win that they get, but it is a win in the end here for Copenhagen Wolves. Now Jaquinho with the op. Making sure to keep his distance quite nicely. More shots. He's got a firing range ahead, but these Deagles are so pesky right now. He's still fighting. We'll be able to connect on to a nice shot right there. Still fighting. Fearless. It's Jaquinho up against pistols. They are giving Rage a run for their money right now. Blaney will offer up the last kill. Copenhagen Wolves will move on up to 4-1. Finally a round that can stabilize them a little bit. They look to hop into the first gun round here. Up towards middle, Jaquinho again, looking to take the fight to the T side. He's pushing up towards the top of mid. He, again, is fearless, and he opens up the road. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Repeak. Jaquinho. He doesn't quit. Maybe to his detriment in this round. They're on A. Okay. Got his Yoshi. It's on the site. There's been a quick scale, and Blaney... Oh, no, he didn't quite see. Lay on the site proper. And now they're taking cat control. This is a really good move. Coming through from the east side now. Taking cat space while the last two players are towards long. 4-2 and A. Nice shots ahead of him. He didn't have armor, but he tanks through the aim punch. Can't tank through Quez, though. Molly for the bomb that will be null and void because the smoke could be in play. That's just going to reveal Alay's positioning. That's just going to bolster up confidence for Quez to stick this bomb. Smoke on top of it. He's got to stick it right now. Alay's running. He's dashing into this play here. Can he catch him before the defuse comes off? It does. Alay with a huge clutch. Will fall in the end, but will fall victorious. We got a tech pause rolling out. Should be getting into the action here very shortly, though. And we're back. Hello, everyone. So far, we've seen a pretty explosive affair to start off this map of Dust 2. It's been constant back and forth. We've taken no time off, right? I mean, these rounds are about as quick as I expected when we look at these two teams on Dust 2. Copenhagen Wolves swinging for the fences on the defense, Rage, being able to push them back in certain rounds. So a little back and forth being made. Made a bit of a tech pause. This gives us finally time to breathe from what we've been seeing. And some typing, that's always good news. Get back into the swing of things. See if that is the case here. The close round one by Rage. Lay being able to jump up on the boxes and find the clutch. That's huge for his squad. Bringing home the 1v1, denying the defuse and putting this one on up. For the Rage camp. Doesn't leave them looking pretty in the economy, though. That's the big difference maker here for this this T side. Still on Tech 9, still limited on utility. We'll see what they can make happen. Good call could be to hit the B side quick. There's some limitations in resistance. Molly's just faded. There's only going to be a smoke. And already out towards middle. Now, Smoke is decent, but no kills provided here. Smoke spam is desperate, and there's a player cutting off the mid-rotates. He's on the scene. In the meantime, things get a little bit awkward. There's the op getting knocked out. Tapeware realizes that a little late, and Rage call this round to perfection. It's going to be a save already. Beautiful target right there, and an execution, get the job done. An opening up shot for Jaquinho. The head-on collision towards long. Ends up doing a bit of damage in return. Placed into a really bit of a 4v5, including damage being done. See what they can make happen here as the long flank comes through. I'm not sure. I don't think they picked up that gun, so there could be an extra weapon for Quez to pick up here as well. They have given long control fully, though. There's a scout retrieved, but there's open access for the A side. Op from Jaquinho going to get mollied out. He's going to have to shift up his position. Everyone going in towards long. Sacrifice of Matios, but they're going to get extra help right now. Trying to keep coverage towards this long fight. USP is not the weapon for the job, but eventually toppled over because Jaquinho repositioned out long, or out of cat. They just filled up. Again, it's good decision making here from Rage in the post plant, but eventually toppled here. Fattest Yoshi. Best name here. Can he be bringing the best game? I think he's won it already. I already heard the 10-second timer. Blaney's gonna stick it. There's protection for him. I don't know if he got on the bomb in time, though. He did. He just about did. I can't believe it. I thought Fattest Yoshi won that one straight up. But I guess not. And the defuse comes through. There's Jaquinho doing some cardio right there. Did find a nice kill to open up the round and close it with that shot on the site, but 4th rounds remain here. Rage. I feel like they're constantly on the ropes. So is Copenhagen Wolves camp, but when they're backs against the wall, it feels like it doesn't matter. They just answer back with these good eco rounds or forced buy rounds, whatever the situation is. There's some damage. Flashbang, though, in the face. Somehow, no points of damage. I think he just ducked underneath the crosshair. Blaney has to be careful because mid-scaling already taken place. He's got spotted. He's getting targeted right now. Laser focus on this T side. Forces Quez to fight, and he does get bested on the B site. And running out through the mid-smoke here. Trades available. Oxygen has to transfer the bomb over. B site is claimed. Smoke goes down towards the door side. Provide access. They're going to try and flash through the doors. They're going to make a quick move. They're trying to set up Matios to deny the bomb plant here. Can't do it, though. Flash. Sure. And they get chased. Hunted misses his no-scopes. And Rage will give us some more back and forth. Fight towards long right now, and this long duel overwhelmingly favored in the CT side as Rage try and rush through the doors. They get shut down. Don't make it past the hinges. Fortuna was given so many duels here with this op. Trying to cut off the cross right now, but could be caught on this A flank that's coming through. Was this clearing the back of car? That's how desperate the situation is. They don't know bomb is down outside of long doors, so I don't know. We can see how interesting 4-2-A can make it. Wonder if it's Fortuna. I'm thinking NA because of NA Counter-Strike, but Fortuna rolls off a little bit better. Whatever it is, going to be a save. He'll keep his grasp onto the AWP as the time expires.
Counter-terrorists win.
There we get to more of the action. Buy around the AWP rolling up here. The back and forth nature of this game. Wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see some damage being done. There's a Deagle to start it off. AK to be recovered. Cat scaling looking good. And things shaping up quite nicely for this T side with low economy with the force buy to see another win. This just keeps happening right now in this game. No team able to stabilize. So much back and forth here in this matchup so far. Woefully understaffed on this A side. But is just trying to scale. Sneak in anything? No. No, not quite. Blaney down low as well. This one feels like it has curtains written all over. If Blaney can't say anything about it. Nice attempt right there. I like the utility. I like the game plan, but not going to really impact here too much in the mix. Okay, we're going to have to get out of here with his life. Or at least attempt to. Just gets caught with the op. Do one last round here to close us off here for the half. Tying things up at 6s would be the least surprising. Seeing the back and forth nature of this matchup here. We've seen Fattest Yoshi be the fastest in the server to get onto that A side. And this time 4-2 and A with the AWP looking sharp. Great connections. Gets a third. Beautiful lopping. And one more at his disposal, not quite. Fattest Yoshi gonna close it out. Bring home the 6s here for both these teams. Up into the second half. So you can sharpen up here. Both these teams right now, it feels like caught in a spiral of chaotic clutches and eco losses. Difficult to deal with. It's just becoming a bit of a messy game, but we'll see who can stabilize now. With a shot like that from Jaquinho, could have our answer on the pistol. No kit, so this retake setup could come into question. They're going to have to hold this bomb site as best as possible. Committed angle here on top of the new box. Being tested. But they are denied any sort of access. Bomb planted. Time ticking against them, and again, that time pressure amplified by the fact that there is no kits for the CT side. Post plant's looking good. They're fighting, though. They're peeking down in towards CT. It's a big shot to be opened up to equalize the numbers. But afterwards, Quez, Jaquinho with the P250, everyone find their shots. Finding their foothold in this round. And it will be comfortably dunked on in from that point forward. Pushing up towards the top of mid. Swiss piece doing a surprising amount of damage. These USP rounds have been problematic for both teams. Not gonna problem here in this case, but could have been if they weren't careful. Still going to be closed out by the Wolves, and we'll see them get into the first gun round afterwards. control established for the east side. And difficulty in getting around this car position. Adishoshi able to spam through that smoke for a kill as well. I mean, there's very little resources spent on this lawn control and overwhelming victory. Here's the reward. Blandy, though, on his lurking, will be able to cut off the catwalk. I'm just hoping for some smoke spam here. They still got the lawn control working for them. And now up cat they go as well. Game of timing here right now a bit. Oh god. Just gotta look cat. He does in time. But still covering off the car side. 2 quick entries rolling up the catwalk. I think they've got the site at this point. Yeah, they do. Bomb down. It's a nice shot from 4-2-8 to be fair. But I don't know if they're gonna make a big effort. They are trying to pull through a retake. Flanking up Cat, Chiquinho loud and proud about his position. While his teammate stuck on the back of the site, Chiquinho has coverage. 1 kill in. Low HP for the last. Quez finds it. Will close out the finishing blow. And bring the Copenhagen Wolves on to 9 now. No resistance here on the cat side. Another good target on the cat side of things here for the Copenhagen Wolves to break through this site. Control given over. Hyper focused on the long lurking presence, but there's nothing there. They're fighting ghosts in that department. And Quez inside of the lower tons. Doesn't bring a kill home, but gonna do enough damage here to set the tone for this round. Bomb half ticked. I think it's about time that we see this team run away, but they're heading into the retake. Maybe they can make it happen. Their 2 very low HP bar teammates, though, are not as interested in inching forward. So that's going to be the round, and one less save as Blaney sends one spiraling straight through the smoke. The Alpha was getting a chance to land an opening duel onto Yoshi there, but managed to pull away, at least for his life. Does take a lot of damage for his troubles. Flashbang's good towards middle as well. Well handled. Trades on towards the B side and the stacked up presence towards long. Going to be not tapped away. 4-2 and A. Provides a couple of kills in return. Tapeware thinking that these ecos are free of charge. Realizes he has to be the last line of his defense as his teammate is rolling through. And won't be able to find the kill. Been locked in here. T side has been very clean. Collecting these rounds piece by piece. BT side op is going to be in play. Maybe that could be the solution to some of the cat aggression we've been seeing. I hear the run back though. Given the close positioning in mid to B, might be able to bolster up the long hold. Gotta prepare your defenses, fattest Yoshi. Dodging up on the flashes. Can't find a single kill. The op of Jaquinho provides so much coverage. Tapeware still lurking about towards the catwalk. Gets spotted, gets seen. Hoping for a fight. Now looking to focus in on his efforts towards the A site right now. And in doing so is rewarded handsomely. 3 kills rolling through. Out of Tapeware for 20 kills in total on this map. Round gonna be done. Map point secured. A bit of an awkward first half there down the stretch, but in the second, Opening and Wolves have taken up their form and have started to dominate competition. Couldn't quite track where the shots were coming from right there. Matter in the end, but Opening and Wolves on a tear. Be given so far. Still maintaining a 5v5 here this deep into the round. Game of patience towards long that we're witnessing as the long smoke comes through the corner side. They're trying to fake the presence, but you see that there's an MP9 close range. Belaney does punish it though. Get a little jumpy in their positioning. Jaquinho misses, but it won't matter when the B site gets washed aside. And Belaney hurt the long flank. Flashbang's good. Spam. Downrange. 4 bullets left. Enough to secure the kill and secure the game. Copenhagen Wolves in the second half will sweep things on up. No questions asked right there. Great look coming through here from the Copenhagen Wolves rolling into half number 2. Have to stabilize, have to plant their feet on the T side, side in which they make no mistakes. That first half, a little bit messy from them. Couldn't quite get the job done with a lot of those anti-force buy rounds. But when it comes down to it they take initiative on that T side. They let the rounds play into their hands. They find the gaps in the defense, and they close it out with some confidence. A good look coming through from the Wolves here. We'll see if they can keep it up, though. After a short break, we'll be rolling in to map number 2. And we are back there. Thanks for sticking around here for map number 2. We've got Rage versus Copenhagen Wolves playing up against each other here. Copenhagen Wolves a map up here, heading into their map pick now on Ancient. We'll see what they can do to try and seal up this series. Strong second half for this squad. On Dust 2. Managed to make it look very comfortable for themselves. With a second half sweep on their T side. Now they'll start off on their defense on their map pick. Rage choosing into the T side here. See what they're able to bring to the table with good entries being found in that last map. We'll see if they can keep it true here. The T side of Ancient. Right now, no access granted whatsoever here on this round. And in fact, they just get completely leveled out. That's a quick punch right there from Copenhagen Wolves on the pistol to deny any sort of ground being gained. Bit of a statement victory from this squad. On the pistol here, but the force buys, to be fair for Rage, have been their strong suit. They've been good with Deagles, Tech 9s. It's been, right now at this point, a lot of their rounds that they've been able to bring to the table. This time though, Belaney, with this A1S just keeping his distance nicely. And this doesn't look like it's going anywhere here either. Matios to close out the final 2. Try and keep it up. The speed, the aggression from this T side. Not going to work, though, for them. And maybe some lessons to be taken into that. Copenhagen Wolves a lot more prepared for this second map on the defense. You don't get a great investment coming through from this T side either, so kind of coast through this round. So far, so good. Crystal's tearing through the competition right now. And 4-2 and A. Hoping for some exit damage at this point. It's been identified. And a matter of time before eliminated. Boys will be the one to deal the finishing blow. And the Copenhagen Wolves soar to 3. Into the gun rounds here finally. So far, 0 casualties for the defense. 0 kills for the T side is what that means. Everyone's sticking around 0 for 3 at the moment here for Rage. A bit of a nightmare start to this map for them. Being a map down. See if they can change the narrative here on the gun round so far. There's a kill from Oxygen, but it is traded efficiently. Now Quest has to be careful. The T side eventually does work their way through mid control here. Folks gonna fade. Not in the favor of the T's at the moment, but there is one that slipped in that. You're hoping that position here of 4-2 and A is the game changer. And he could determine this round completely. Gonna cut off one rotate, jumping around. Oh no, oh no. Tapeware turned his attention just in time. And that's the last thing you want to see right there. Seeing the round not being able to activate. Unfortunately for him, that's brutal.
terrorists win.
So there's another gun round. Well, the first gun round, I should say, not another. But end result is a single trade kill towards middle from Oxygen. And maybe there's some good setup for 4-2 and A. Managed to slip the net, but in the end, doesn't quite matter. Oxygen gonna get a kill, and Baddest Yoshi gonna save himself a death. Four to 0 though. This is the score for the Wolves. And that'll make 11 rounds in a row from them scaling in from the last map of Dust 2. Looking to make it 12 here is Quest with a nice couple of opening kills. Forward facing angle, but doesn't fear. Holds the line. A headshot onto Matios doesn't take him down though. As the cavalry arrives, Belaney on the scene, looking good to close the round. And Oxygen now moving his way up to 2 kills with his trade again. The rest of the team still falling silent. 4 players 0 for 5. The rare sight. But more so a testament to the dominance of the Copenhagen Wolves here in this matchup so far. Fast out towards middle. Playing out the player in the cubby, but the flashes are so good. Catch out Oxygen, shut him down, and again, positive trade for the CTs here towards middle. Up a man. Because of Quez always being on the scene here. He is unrelenting. Always helping out his teammates here. Keeping the advantages flowing. Now a huge standstill in the round. Pausing the action here. Maybe looking to resume as the smoke fades away towards the ramp side. Tapeware. Okay, he's got enough visual there to spot out a headshot. Not enough visual to catch this positioning from 4-2 and A. He's had these sort of timings before. And it just doesn't matter. He's too little too late with his lurks. That time just a flash to deny him. Last round it was Tapeware that had the awareness, the presence of mind to clear it. And Copenhagen Wolves, they show no signs of slowing down here whatsoever.
Counter-terrorists win.
You're gonna take one on the opener. Trying to punch through middle. No dice for 4-2 and A. Was trying to speed things up a little bit. Belaney threads in 2 kills. Actually, it's Chiquinho that helps out. And there's a couple of entries. Going through from Fattest Yoshi. Puts it into a clutch. A chance here for life. But he spotted out. His back is turned. On a timer now. Flank eventually comes through here for the close 7-0 for the Wolves. They are hunting. Entry. A 4v5. A rare occurrence here for the T side. Finally. Opening pick for them. Or 2 and A. That's another one to the tally here. All of a sudden, They've got a little bit of the wind in their sails. Pressuring in towards A main. Oh, how does Medios get 2 there? Had no business for a multi. And managed to sneak a second frag in. He's going to go put his life on the line here. Because his teammate is also joined up on the flank. Oh, he has bomb. That's why. Makes a lot more sense there. Drop the bomb. Blaney falls, though, and trying to keep coverage. Fattest Yoshi's running into a wall right now. Head first. Medios on for an ace. Is going to find 4 instead. And put 4 to an A. Into a long haul drive towards the B site. Or does it have to be A? Flashbang towards B. Not going to shake up Chiquinho's positioning. 8 seconds left. He's going to stick in the digits. Pistols out. Doesn't fake him off the bomb, though. Chiquinho going to rock with the sidearm. He's trying to make a decision right now. Can't quite figure it out, but headshot from the P250 will do him in. And Chiquinho, but mostly making good on the promise of Matios. The difference maker in that round. As soon as Rage think they have their ticket in, it gets ripped right away from them. 8-0 now. And the hunting will continue. Fast B play. Turning it up a notch here into the crosshairs of the op, though, is not a great sign for them. Fattest Yoshi still providing multi-kill openers here for his rifle, and his death gets traded. He was so low. A valuable exchange at that. Extra rotates cut off, but oxygen? I think he's beat him to the punch here. Smoke goes in towards the long side, but back's turned towards short. Almost transfers the spray through the smoke as well. Wes in a clutch this go around. Looking to bring this one home. Belay doesn't realize that Quez has already gotten himself repositioned. Quez is in this one for the long con now. And Alay is stalled out, confused as to where his opponent's vanished off to. And has to recover the bomb first things first. Meanwhile, cave flank already coming through. Alay, how much space does he want to take? Probably thinks he's going to be locked in towards the short side. Alay jumping around here. Gonna have to try and make the cross, but Quez threads in his aggression perfectly for the closing statement. Just a brilliant display right there in the clutch from Quez, and going to continue to add up the round counts here. Quick headshot. That is providing entry duties here. But Yoshi's been really good on this B side, finding ways in. At least trying to get his teammates in a good position. HE bounce is good. For a little bit of chip damage here. You got a low HP bar for 4-2 and A. Need some headshots to arrive here, or need tapeware to miss. Oxygen left. Tough situation. Back's against the wall right now. I think he's on the site proper, but he's tucked in the cubby. Got to deep clear this angle, and he does. No problem. Not whatsoever here for the Copenhagen Wolves, who manufacture themselves another victory here. Back into it, though. Battle forced to wage on here a little while longer for a team that feels they're desperately trying to hang in there. Which have not been able to come up with anything whatsoever. Got entrance, they've got opening picks every once in a while, but it's about closing these rounds as well. Add another opening duel there to the tally. Now it's a moment to try and capitalize on this chance. They bring that on in. Big question here for this team. The site access is granted. On to the B side they go. Numbers ticking now as well. Good sign here for the T side. A man up. 5v4. Can they close in the post plant right now? Quez is looking to rip it away, but a good trade. Oxygen keeps it contained, but Chiquinho's line is great with the AWP. No utility besides a smoke that's just picked up and dropped again. Great shooting coming through from Relife, and we'll be able to put this one to rest. A much needed first round activated for Rage late in the half. Oxygen. Be able to add another opening duel in towards the cave side. It's been really good in this department. A missed shot from Chiquinho. It might be 2 in a row. Better than 1 here. Manufacturing a little bit more success on this T side if they can get past the last. That is, it's proven to be a saving grace here right now. Spots the barrel of the op and goes for a desperate shot. Sidearm whipped out, but that'll do him no justice. Got to be 2 for Rage at the tail end. 2 in a row. Maybe not the most to lean on here, but at least you're not walking away empty-handed in this first half like it was looking like. Second half of play here. The brand new half. Chance to turn a new leaf here for the side of Rage. They've yet to win a defensive round yet. That first map didn't get any going. Now could be the time to lift off. Kind of has to be on a pistol. Entrance in. A little bit claustrophobic on the site proper. And the trade's rolling in and out. As Quez on another quest to win a clutch. Has to fight up against Yoshi here, and Yoshi expecting the reposition. Thinking that it was going to go towards middle, towards A maybe, but that's not the case. Quez has parked it. This B side. Right now, Yoshi on a fact-finding mission, though. He's pulling the exact move that Quez pulled off earlier. Win a clutch. Well, Quez expects his very own play against him. Wrapping from CT to mid. Quez going and clearing out the same angles that Yoshi did not too long ago. Realizing that it is clear. Yoshi, is he going to play right into his hands? He's positioned perfectly. This is too strong to lose at this point. He's going to walk his way out. Can he hit the shot to back it up? He can. Yoshi positioning beautifully in the round to bring it on home.
Counter-terrorists win.
Shot's been attempted around the smoke there. Lost Quez in the early duel towards middle. They're starting to lose their grip on A, but what they're winning is a lot of these opening duels where the bomb gets planted and Laney trying to fight for more control. Is going to find himself pinned down a little bit too desperate. Rage 2 in a row. Punishing the force buy. I might be able to show us a little something here. Laney, though, making that something a little difficult there. Finding that quick shot. Putting it into a 4v5 barrel. Had to have been spotted by Yoshi. It might not matter too much with all the reinforcements around the scene. Only a single casualty before the rest of the roster arrives here to shut things down. Those guns back out here. It's more to be done. And the AKs here, they tear through the defense with their tools in their bag.
Terrorists win.
Rolling into another big gun round here. Flashes go out towards middle. Adios hears this. Double swing in. A little too claustrophobic. Leaves oxygen for a team kill. The trade, though. Just barely missed out on. Going up. Oh, perfectly trained right there. They wanted to speed it up, knowing that there was a player deep in towards cave. Not available because of the molly to get out of cave. And they won't relent. They continue to press the issue. Now they're hoping that they can cut off Ross here. Quez in a position to do so. Not clean, though, on the initial fight. Chiquinho, though, still putting it into a 1v1. Racing into the bomb site for the plant. While he goes out, he avoids it. Plays and stays behind the pillar. Goes in for a swing. Can't beat fattest Yoshi. Who again comes up clutch for his squad. Another round won by him.
Counter-terrorists win.
He's coming down to the wire. He's going to come down on top here. Copenhagen Wolves being able to fight through. Onto this A side. Now looking for a little bit of extra room to jiggle on in. Figure out a way to plant that bomb. Trusting your op coverage. A fake on the tap. Not the commitment. Instead they're waiting for more picks. Smoke given for the CTs to use against the defense. If it wasn't for Chiquinho just plucking them out in the meantime. No need to plant the bomb. Kills just keep falling into your hands. He does a little bit of chip damage here. Send him a flash deep for Temple. Now the line on the op here held. Shot from Chiquinho finally. After 3 kills, he finally misses for a little bit of relief. And reposts deep on towards CT. Oh, flashbang's good. And he tries to hold the line. Said the op here rattles off. Yoshi, though, who's been brilliant in the clutch, is eliminated. And now it's just the op presence here. They give him a double swing. Nothing he can do. And Copenhagen Wolves will be able to put themselves on series point. And that means not only that, but the way that they get there brutal as well. Money a bit low for the defense. So the best opportunity you could ask for to try and close out this map here and now. Single A1S, everyone else on scouts or pistols or P9s. You have enough to pull through here in the tank. The execute goes in. Passive lines here to a very open bomb site. In the meantime, nice bit of spam being done here. Going to give them a little bit of success. Go and take control here as a priority. So good map control here, but they gotta get the bomb down. It's still not happening. Quez? I mean, I guess they're trying to run back what they did just a round ago. Fake on the bomb. ETs don't budge just yet. Now the stick. And a quick headshot out of Blaney. Deletion of that first point of contact, and cave control is taken off the back of it. Now, swing comes through. Actually, Shakini doesn't give him a go. He just holds the line, ignores the threat on ramp. Now it's just the op coming through here, or rather scout. But a one-shot territory here for Quez backed into the corner. Connection, and the pistol whipped out. Time's running low. But there should be enough. You should have it here. And Rage are going to fight on. Interesting into that round right there. Given the trade potential of the ramp aggression, but a little bit overlooked. They miss out on a way to make it, the easiest close possible. Now, we're going to have to do it the harder way, up against guns every single round. Ops in play. Not what you want to be playing up against. Not when LA's arriving on the scene. It's going to get complicated fast. Oh, Oxygen. A little too committed right there. Jumps up on the box like there was no threats. Threats. Wes will claim that kill easily. Not the end of the world, but complicate matters. They're gonna push into cave here on a good timing like that. He was watching for so long. As soon as he turns away, that's when the aggression queues up from the CT side. They sold the fake though. Smoke and a molly into cave. They're actually going to go into cave. I thought it was a ruse, but gonna head into the MP9. Contact approach, hoping that the crosshair's in the right location. Miss though from Tapeware. Outright. Now Quez in a 1v2. Allowed to get onto the site. Missed wallbang attempt. The bomb is planted. Quez, no armor to back up this A1S. Both players waiting patiently. Goes and plucks out the first. Provides a serious scare. But is going to be denied the clutch once again. This time at the hands of Fortuna. Fortuna. really strong gun round here. Up against limited utility for the CT side because of the casualties that have been taken and the clutches required. Gonna hold on to the utility that they have left though for as long as possible. Execution for cave control tossed in, smoke for the top of ramp, really well placed. 3 players play passively on the B side. Smoke for short could pretty much nullify a majority of this defense, and the red room spacing that they have here is very good. Yoshi just gets deleted. Was that a T-side flash? I think that was a defensive flash right there into cave that blinded Yoshi as he tried to get aggressive. Mid pressure, now they know that there's going to be a flank. Kino tries to cut it off and will do just that. Spotting out another flank as well. Tapeware might say, hey guys, coast is clear towards B, but it might not even be necessary, as it's just going to be 1 player left standing, wrapped up by Belaney. The Copenhagen Wolves will get the job done. No further complications. Losing a couple of clutches in a row, it feels like it could be a little bit frustrating, but getting the job done eventually like that in very clean fashion when they get the guns back out once again, a brilliant sign for a team that showed so much composure here. Again, this is Copenhagen Wolves looking to level up their play here. Much better heading to this matchup right now, and you see the way that they get the job done on Ancient. A very, very strong defensive half. I mean, a half that doesn't even give their opponents any kills to work off of right there. They couldn't even get kills in the first 5 or so rounds, really. So, I mean, impressive sort of dominance being shown from Copenhagen Wolves as they enter into a qualification match to the Swiss stage. Now, taking it above, a step above what they were able to do last time around when they were in this same closed qualifier. So good looks out of Copenhagen Wolves. That isn't the end of the road just yet for Rage, though. They'll be entering into an elimination matchup. I believe that matchup up against the loser of that last matchup that we saw in 8 Sins. So that's who they're going to be playing in a matchup coming up here very shortly. But for that being said, I mean, that's about everything that we have for today here. I want to thank every one of you for coming out here and watching some of the closed qualifier actions here at CCT by having myself, Exner, as you can see, and of course the hardworking production staff working in the back. I wish you all a wonderful rest of your day and have a good night.